Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I'll move that the October 17th, 19th, 2022 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of item 7.8, Homelessness Response Strategy Supplemental Shelter Plan, and 9.2, Edmonton Regional Airports Authority Candidate Shortlisting.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
I'm a yes. I'm a yes as well.
I'm also a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the following meetings: the October 3rd, 2022 City Council meeting, the October 4th, 2022 City Council public hearing, and the October 7th, 2022 City Council non-regular meeting.
We need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Tang. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, councillor Rutherford.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, councillor Tang. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we are on to our protocol items, and I have a number of them today. It's a good day today for us. My first one is the UNESCO Global Network Learning Cities. Okay. All right, we have a few council recognition items today's agenda with guests attending both virtually and in person. First, I would like to recognize that Edmonton recently became the first Canadian city to become a member of the UNESCO Global Network of Learning Cities. A learning city is an integrated network of government, cultural organizations, post-secondary institutions, school boards, arts, not-for-profits, private businesses, and everyday citizens, all of whom share a commitment to learning. The commitment from all of these different areas of our city to the UNESCO network reflects Edmonton's broad focus on learning and development to support inclusion, economic development, and cultural prosperity. As mentioned during our announcement on October 5th, this is not the city's achievement alone. This designation was only achievable due to the hard work and dedication of our coalition of community partners, many of whom are joining us online today. So on behalf of City Council, I would like to extend my appreciation to the team from Edmonton Public Library, Edmonton Public Schools, Edmonton Catholic Schools, Conseil, Sauclair Central Nord, University of Alberta, NAIT, Norquest College, McCune University, Concordia University of Edmonton, the King's University, Yellowhead Tribal College, Athabasca University, and Norma Schneider, the post-secondary institution's provost's delegate. Being part of this global network provides an opportunity to share with and learn from over 200 other members worldwide. Congratulations once again to everyone involved in this process. If you are in the chamber hall, please stand. If you're not, we will give you acknowledgement from here. Thank you so much for your hard work. Is anyone here in the chamber? I think everyone is joining virtually for this. And next, I would like to take a moment to highlight a very special award that City of Edmonton has won. Our Permit and Licensing Improvements Initiative has recently been recognized with Municipal Excellence Awards in the Red Tape Reduction category by the Government of Alberta. This is very positive recognition from the province and reinforcement of the good work being done in support of our economic action plan. This is the first year the red tape reduction category has been introduced, and I'm proud to say our city is the very first municipality to be recognized. Yes, the award has given for work that is so important to us, building a successful Edmonton for everyone by making it easier to do business here. Over the next few years, we will grow into a city of 2 million residents. So it is imperative to our success that we have a supportive environment for both emerging and existing businesses. That is why Action 1 in our Economic Action Plan has been to improve our regulatory processes and reduce red tape. We have been laser focused on delivering excellent customer service and reducing barriers to doing business. This work to cut red tape has caught the eye of more than just the provincial government. The Canadian Home Builders Association has also ranked Edmonton number 2 out of the municipalities across the country for our approval timelines, planning features, and government charges. This Permit and Licensing Improvement Initiative has already made significant accomplishments. Because of the hard work of city staff, we now have over 90% of permit and license applications available online. Business license approvals as well as signed permit timelines have been reduced by 50%. And we have reduced zoning regulations and made our business regulation clearer while reducing barriers. These efficiencies and services are making a real difference in our city. They are improving quality of life and economic vibrancy by making it easier to build homes and attract, support, and grow businesses. And they're estimated to save applicants $5.3 million and 67,600 days in time collectively each year. We have a number of the staff who have worked on this initiative here with us in person and virtually today. I will call your attention to the following staff from the Development Services Branch and Strategy Services section. If you're here in council chambers, please stand when your name is called. Simon Wondrelli, David Flanagan, thank you. Andrea Blair, Jeff Salim, Mark Harrison, Jason Saraza, Melissa Ziober, Gail Hickmore, Gail is not here, Saad Tibe, Laura Shokal, Shannon Skov Racket, Rachel Lee, Nadia Navratisika, Jason Dworkson. And we have a few more who have joined us virtually to recognize as well. Karen Burgess, Mike Klue, Lila Peter, Chad Rich, Michael Hunter, Josh Bose, Ralph Jonker, Ioannis Tomarkas, Linda Gerard, Mariana Anda, Helga Du Schut, Arfan Hassan, Adam Shamchak, Jackie Ferner, Raja Bajwa, Anil Wen, Josie Arlia, Stacy Herrick, Adam Todd, and Kim Patron. Kim is here. Congratulations to all of you. And thank you for your dedication in improving services in our city. Leading this group is Stephanie McCabe. And I'm going to ask Stephanie to say a few words. First of all, before you do that, Stephanie, congratulations. Thank you for all the good work you do and you lead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, but really all of the credit goes to the team. An incredible effort has been put forward by this team to achieve these improvements. They're really dedicated to listening and working with homeowners and with businesses, and they've been working on a foundation of building relationships to make it better to do service in Edmonton, and I'm so incredibly proud of all of them. This team has shown empathy, tenacity, and a really strong commitment to innovation, and they've been working hard to understand the challenges of our many diverse customers. For the awards, we submitted a video, a permanent licensing improvement initiative that showcases real feedback. If you want to hear real customer testimonials, I will send the video out to council after at some point today so you can watch it. It's also on the city's YouTube channel. So I'm really excited about the next body of work. This team is really dedicated to this work. We're on a journey together with you. We're going to continue to work on automated customer feedback, home improvement permits, commercial permits, and licensing, and we look forward to sharing more of our successes as we go. Thank you very much to this team. I'm incredibly proud to work with them.
Now, I have the pleasure of highlighting yet another well-deserved award given to our city. This month, Edmonton's Connections and Exchanges Plan was awarded the Cultural Planning Award of Excellence by the Creative City Network of Canada during its summit. This award is a significant honor. It recognizes our city for developing, adopting, and implementing an excellent cultural plan, demonstrating outstanding visionary leadership and best practices. The 10-year plan aims to transform arts and heritage in Edmonton. It lays out this vision through its 3 ambitions, 8 aims, and 55 strategic actions to guide our transformation over the next decade. The award selection jury called this cultural plan a shining star model. They celebrated its innovative approach to engagement and measurement tools, as well as creative way of working through comprehensive and difficult project to navigate. It was approved by City Council in 2018 and continues to promote Edmonton as an arts, heritage, and cultural center. Today, it is helping infuse these elements into every aspect of Edmonton's civic fabric. This award is a testament to the ambition of our city and the hard work of the Edmonton Arts Council partners, as well as more than 8,000 Edmontonians who came together to craft a vision for our arts and culture. With all the challenges of today, some may ask why we continue to prioritize efforts like this. Why does the city of Edmonton bother to invest in arts and culture programs, and the people who make them possible? First of all, it drives economic growth. Every year, the arts brings millions of dollars into our local economy and create many hundreds of quality jobs. Arts and heritage also have a power to transform lives. Like no other force in our civic life, they create meaningful connections and exchanges that fuel the direction of positive change. As a newcomer to Edmonton, I experienced this firsthand. I wouldn't be here today without the arts and culture program that gave me my first opportunity to become a part of Edmonton. So I want to recognize and congratulate everyone involved for their work on this plan, some of whom are here with us today. They have been doing award-winning work to support our economy, our identity, and our sense of community. Please stand as I mention your name. The staff and board of the Edmonton Arts Council, led by Executive Director Sanjay Shahani and Associate Director Shali Kim. If you please stand up, everyone. The staff and board at the Edmonton Heritage Council, led by Executive Director David Ridley. The team and the board members too, please. Board members for the Arts Council and from the Heritage Council, please do stand. We want to recognize your work. The team at the Arts Hub, led by Executive Director Julianne Main, Executive Director of the Arts Habitat. Okay. You have other team members with you? Oh, okay. And finally, the staff at City of Edmonton, led by Nicole Harkes, Nicole Portier, and Tim O'Donnell. Please stand up. Thank you so much, and congratulations to all of you. Good. The next challenge will be to get all that good work through the budget, right? So, good, right on. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. This is really exciting, really exciting. Okay. We do have kids here too. Are we acknowledging them now or later on? Holy Child School, Ward Odeman. Councillor Stevenson is your ward councillor. Thank you so much for joining us. Cool. All right. Okay, now we are back to our boring work. Necessary work as well, right? Okay. Any other protocol items? Seeing none. Okay, select items for debate. Select items for debate. Please sign up. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor. So he'll select items 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, and I think there's some must be selected 9.3.
9.3, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll select 7.8.
7.8.
I would also like 7.7, but I don't know if Councillor Rutherford would like to select that one. No, I'll select 7.7. Oh, it's not that. Oh, right. No need to select. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Anyone else? Seeing, sorry, Councillor Rutherford?
I do have just one quick question on 7.1, sorry.
7.1. Anyone else?
I'll move all remaining.
Seeing none, thank you, Councillor Knack.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Madam Clerk, can you please read back to us what we have already approved?
Yes, thank you. This morning, City Council has approved item 7.2, Deputy Mayor and Acting Mayor terms, which goes from October 18th until 2023, the organizational meeting. 7.6, Gold Bar Wastewater Treatment Facility Staircase. Item 9.1, council member appointments to agencies, boards, and committees, as well as item 9.2, Edmonton Regional Airports Authority candidate shortlist.
And I think 7.7 is already That
Oh,
was not
sorry, as well
selected.
as 7.7, the ward boundary policy review. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. We're done. Request to speak. We do have one request to speak, but we don't hear from public at council meetings, right? In this, it's on 7.4, right? Madam Clerk, the speaker is on 7.4?
7.3 and 7.4,
7.3.
they're cross-referenced.
Okay. Okay. Request for specific time on the agenda? None. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councilor Cartwell?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll first of all move the recommendation in item 8.1.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Second by Councilor Stevenson. Any questions on the recommendation? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of Bylaw 20275.
Second?
Second by Councilor Stevenson. Please vote.
Just waiting for 2 votes.
I'm trying, but I will vote yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of Bylaw 20275.
Second?
Second by Councilor Stevenson. Please vote.
We're just waiting for 1 vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of Bylaw 20275.
Second?
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 20275, the fall general repealing bylaw.
Second?
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor inquiries. Councillor inquiries, none. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule reports, none. Unfinished business, none. Public reports. Now we are on to our first item, 7.1, 2023 Council and Committee Meeting Calendar. Is there a presentation or brief remarks
We
on
can
this?
provide introductory remarks or go straight to questions. It's at your discretion.
If you don't mind giving some introductory remarks? Yeah,
We'll
please.
just let the delegation get settled. They're
Sure.
just sitting down behind
Yeah,
me.
okay, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So the decision in front of you today is the 2023 Council and Committee Meeting Calendar. Under 18155 Council Procedures Bylaw, Council must establish a schedule of Council and Standing Committee meetings at today's City Council organizational meeting. At the June 22nd and August 16th, 2022 Council Services Committee meetings, Administration presented a draft calendar and the 8 design principles that I will summarize for you quickly. Week 1 is primary standing committee meetings on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. That's Principle 1. Week 2 is infrequent standing committee meetings and extra city council. So for example, non-regular on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. That's Principle 2. Week 3 is city council public hearings on Mondays, and city council has 2 full days on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. That's Principles 3 and 4. Civic agency appointment items are not added to regular meetings. That's Principle 5. No meetings are scheduled on Thursdays or Fridays except after long weekends. That's Principle 6. Recess weeks remain the same for 2023. That's Principle 7. And to finish, Principle 8 is inclusion and accessibility, which means that meetings are not held on statutory holidays or high holidays as determined by the city chaplain, and meetings during Ramadan are scheduled to adjourn at 9 p.m. So that's Principle 8. The calendar in front of you today also reflects direction we received at those 2 committee meetings. And in addition, we did consult internally with others in administration in August and September of this year. And so the 2023 calendar also reflects the following considerations: civic agency appointment timing requirements, financial and audit reporting requirements, supplemental operating and capital budget adjustments, city council public hearing needs, tax bylaws and community revitalization levy bylaws, and district planning and zoning bylaw and map requirements. Thank you, and happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. This was exempted by Councillor Rutherford. Councillor?
Put my name on. Thanks. Like I said, I don't have too many questions. I know this is a huge jigsaw. You're trying to puzzle everything together. I did want to just circle back to two questions I have. We had talked about with public hearing moving it to a different time, and I know that by admin's recommendation, it's been left at 1:30. I just was wondering what was sort of some of the recommendations that went into keeping it at 1:30.
Bylaws. The public hearings are as directed Mondays, starting at 9:30. There are, as far as I know, one exception, which is I think on May 29th. There is a public hearing and it starts at 1:30, and that's to accommodate return from Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
Okay, I thought that I had read in the report that administration's recommendation was to keep it at 1:30.
It was, but we were directed at committee to change it.
Okay,
and
so
therefore
it is,
we changed
so
it
it
as
is
directed.
starting, the public hearing meetings are starting at 9:30 as per this calendar that we approve. Okay, that's good clarity for me. Because my next question was around council meetings and public hearing meetings on different weeks. I guess the last one, I know that we have the winter break starting on the 25th, and that was for the week before to allow space for zoning bylaw renewal public hearing potentially. But are we not scheduling that now because we're just not sure? Or like, why is the zoning bylaw public hearing, why is the public hearing not scheduled in that week at this point, I guess is my question.
The public hearing not scheduled in the week before the 25th?
Yeah, so what it said in the report, from my understanding, was that we were delaying the winter break by 1 week to allow for potential for the zoning bylaw renewal public hearing. But I'm just asking, when I look at the calendar, I don't see it scheduled in there.
It is,
So
it's on
just-
the 18th of December.
Okay. I think it's the acronyms that are all throwing me off then. Okay, thank you so much. I'm glad I clarified that. I appreciate it. That's all my questions.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Mayor Sobey. Just the one question on that week of FCM, recognizing I think the start of at 1:30 is to try to accommodate. I am wondering in terms of, because if we go by the normal proceedings of FCM, folks will usually leave Monday morning, which ideally gives us enough time to get there in the case of 1:30. I don't believe that week there's any EMRB or any other meetings, so I'm wondering if it might be easier for that week to just shift everything a day. I don't think it conflicts with any other meetings, and it might ensure that if flights are delayed or things like that, there's no challenge for members of council to get back in time for a public hearing.
So again, the reason we didn't is because we were given the principles and we were very much trying to respect.
Absolutely,
So
yeah.
100%, if you want us to just, so we're all on the same page, so you'd be looking at the May 29th stat public hearing. We would move that over to the 30th and then shift
Just
all.
shift
Yep.
everything by a day.
That's the direction
And I
of
just want to
council.
make sure, is there anything that you're aware of? Because I don't believe there's any other meetings that week. I don't see E EMRB. I know AB Munis isn't meeting that week. I'm not aware of any other meetings, so that would be the only reason I would make that suggestion, unless you are aware of anything.
We talked about this at the last
Yeah.
meeting and we were directed, we thought we were
Absolutely,
complying with the wishes of council, but it's your calendar, happy to change it.
yeah. No, that's fine. Well, and I don't want to change on the fly, but I'm thinking that might make more sense from a schedule to move everything by a day, but I'll maybe defer to our representative from FCM who's on the board to see if they have any advice.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hamilton?
I was going to suggest, because I love these conversations, I love editing really minor details on the fly. But I was going to suggest the public hearing perhaps go to the Friday instead of trying to accommodate the entire a shift in the schedule. And then you kind of stay a little bit on committee rotation. That's a suggestion I'll make. I see some nods. I don't see anybody. I do see someone angrily shaking their
So
head.
that's a 1:30 to 9:30 on a Friday.
Oh. Okay, all right. So it's not friendly, and it seems like there might be some, I take Councillor Knack's point that there might be some delay coming back, because people tend to leave on the Monday as opposed to coming back on the Sunday.
So,
No, this year it's Toronto. This year it's Toronto, so people have to come back from quite a ways.
so maybe what we can do, because we don't know what the ripple effect will be, right? So maybe we can approve as it is. We always have the opportunity to revisit that once we have understanding what the ripple effect will be for that change.
I think that's a good suggestion. My caution is just that public hearings are set in the calendar much more, they're stickier, I'll say, than our regular committee or even council meetings, because they have to be advertised for. So that is, I take Councillor Knack's point about being concerned that it's happening on a Monday sharp at 1:30 versus scheduling it for another day. So maybe the actual compromise is to shift everything to the right, and then if there's committee that can't be, or that is less busy, we can free up the Friday for Councillor Cartmill. That's all.
Okay, because I don't know what the EMRB meetings for that week, I don't know. But maybe if there's none, we can do that, but Councillor Wright?
Just as we would on for a holiday Monday where we would shift it throughout the week, I don't think this would be any different. So I would prefer Councillor Knack's original suggestion.
Okay,
Yeah. just
okay,
make a
somebody
motion.
wants to make a motion?
Yeah, I'm just going to make the motion to shift everything by a day.
Okay,
Second.
second by Councillor Wright.
Can it start at 9:30 then?
Yeah, and starting at 9:30 for the, thank you. Yeah, shift everything by a day and have the public hearing start at 9:30. Thank you.
9:30. Okay, okay,
So is the motion to approve the calendar as presented with that change?
yep,
Absolutely.
okay. Okay, so that'll be, what day would that public hearing be? That'll be on Friday then?
No, it'd be on the 30th. We'd
30th.
move it from May 29th to the 30th and shift community public services, urban planning, and exec
Okay.
to the 31st, the 1st, and the 2nd.
Got it, okay. All right, any questions? Councillor Knack, you moved it, right? Second by
Nothing else?
Councillor Wright?
No, I'm good.
It's Councillor Wright. You seconded it, right? Okay, got it. Okay, any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We're just waiting for one more vote. Thank you.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. All right, that's good. 7.2 was not selected. And 7.3 and 7.4 are cross-referenced, right? Right? Okay. All right, and we have a presentation from administration.
I have the chair, so I'm presuming there's a presentation to start.
There is a presentation. Good morning. Presenting with me today are Craig Wabbaum and Pascal Ladouceur. Also here supporting the report are Clem Young, Murray Johnson, and Ryan Kirstiak. We're here today as a result of the conversation with Council in July about the 2023 to 2032 capital investment outlook. At that session, Council asked administration to explore the potential for utilizing a portion of the neighborhood renewal program to offset the identified funding shortfall for renewal. Council also asked administration to explore options for a new dedicated revenue program funded by tax levy to help provide the renewal program additional funding. These reports are presented together as the options discussed within them are options to address both the short and long-term funding challenges of the city's renewal program. These are information reports, so no decision required of Council today. Next slide. Since 2011, the city has made investment in renewal a priority within the capital program. And as a result, we've made significant progress towards reducing the number of assets in poor and very poor condition. However, with increased investment, this progress will be short-lived as many of our assets currently in fair condition are expected to fall into poor condition over the next 10 years. In July, as part of the capital investment outlook, we identified a $4.7 billion funding gap between the ideal renewal investment requirements and the amount of unconstrained funding available to renewal over the next 10 years. This funding gap presents significant challenges to the city's renewal program, and if not addressed, can result in premature asset failures, service interruptions, and will increase the occurrence of emergent maintenance and capital repair work. For instance, this cycle, more than $30 million of the $330 million of the facility renewal program had been directed towards emergent capital repairs, pulling funding away from the planned renewal work. This graph depicts the past and projected trend of reported condition of the entire portfolio of city assets based on the range of funding available to renewal shared in the capital investment outlook. Starting in 2022, the light shaded area indicates the estimated condition ratings based on projected revenue available in renewal. We're seeing here, shown in yellow and red, is the progressive increase in the assets in fair, poor, and very poor condition over the next 20 years, and a decrease of assets in good and very good condition, shown in green. The dotted yellow and red lines show an upper range of condition deterioration reflective of lower levels of renewal funding. And with that, I'll pass it over to Craig.
Thanks, Adam. Next slide, please. And one more, please. Thank you. So for an overview of the current renewal program as it is funded today, the program began in 2009 as a reminder. It took approximately between 2009 and 19 to become a fully funded program. And currently it sits at a dedicated tax levy of just over $158 million annually, and that's without the alley program. Currently for 23 to 26, we are planning to begin neighborhood-wide projects in 35 neighborhoods, and that excludes the microsurface neighborhoods, that is for overlay and full reconstruction neighborhoods. And in the analysis that we completed at this present time with the current funding, we are on track to meet the program objectives, which is a 30-year program to eliminate poor and very poor condition neighborhoods. Another thing to mention around the program in terms of leveraging what we do with it is that the neighborhood renewal program is key to the implementation of a number of city plan objectives such as mode shift, so active transportations, bike lanes, shared use paths, and missing sidewalks are done as part of the program. We also incorporate safe mobility strategy elements around pedestrian crossings and traffic calming, and we also do a number of climate resiliency elements such as low impact developments where we look at more surface water storage to reduce the risk of flooding in neighborhoods whenever we can. Next slide, please. So reallocation considerations, which was another part of the report, really looked at what range of dollars could potentially be shifted and reallocated from the neighborhood program to other asset categories. The range looked at was 25 to 35% reduction scenarios to the neighborhood program. I'd highlight that this isn't a reduction of the funding or the pool of funding. It's a reallocation to other asset categories is what we were exploring here. At a high level, when you look at this, a reduction of 25% equates to 151 million available for other priorities in that 23 to 26 window. The implications to the neighborhood program would be a 6-year delay in achieving those long-term goals, that initial 30-year plan. And when we looked at how we would be able to initiate projects, 15 neighborhood-wide projects would potentially be delayed from 23 to 26. These delays are typically 1 to 2 years from when we were planning to begin. When you look at a 35% reduction, the number is 212 million for the 4 years. It's a 10-year delay in achieving the long-term targets and goals, and that equates to 18 neighborhood-wide delayed projects. The other thing to remember is that there will be ripple effects of those delays into the following budget cycle of 27 to 30 as well. I believe those are the key highlights on the neighborhood program, current status, and the implications. And now I will hand it over to Pascal to talk about the reallocation opportunities.
Thank you, Greg. So having sufficient funding, renewal funding for infrastructure assets allows for administration to proactively manage the condition of assets with the goal to minimize assets in poor and very poor condition, which ultimately affect service life. Next slide, please. When the renewal of an asset category is underfunded, there is a higher risk of failure and lower service levels for the assets. For neighborhood infrastructure, reducing funding for the program would result in more degraded infrastructure, potentially higher maintenance costs and lower service levels for residents. For other asset types, underfunding the renewal of these assets can result in most significant disruption, such as service interruptions, facility shutdowns, and temporary road closures. The table presented here also provides example of opportunities for if neighborhood renewal program funding is reallocated for 23-26. Next slide, and next slide. The neighborhood renewal program, with its policy-driven, data-based asset management decision-making, has been successful in progressing the city towards its condition goals. Because the neighborhood renewal program, or NRP, uses funding from its own reserve, it is safeguarded from fluctuations in revenue streams, such as reduced provincial or federal grants. The program always remains at the same funding level, never having to compete with other assets for funding. By securing consistent long-term funding, the city is able to develop long-term implementation plans, proactively integrated with other capital priorities and initiatives. We can deliver on larger, more complex projects to minimize the investments made in assets. We can build sub-programs to focus on specific types of projects, allowing for bundling of work and maximizing the benefit of renewal investment dollars. We can collaborate and coordinate with industry partners to align and schedule the connected work, and it enables the industry to resource itself to the known levels the city will be delivering to. For these reasons, the neighborhood renewal program was used as the standard for a new dedicated renewal program. Next slide, please. So beyond the directly identifiable benefits of the dedicated renewal programs would have on the assets they support, there are benefits to the broader asset base. In this slide before you, we show an example of a new facilities dedicated renewal fund. With the new fund in place, the facilities assets receive dedicated, consistent funding, no longer having to compete for funding with the corporate renewal funding pool. Similar to how the neighborhood assets do not compete for corporate renewal funding as they are funded by the NRP. The benefit to the rest of the asset base is that there are fewer assets sharing the same amount of funding in the corporate renewal funding pool. Thus, each asset receives a larger portion of renewal funding. Next slide. The dedicated...
If I don't mind, I want to stop you here for a minute because kids may have to leave, right? I want to acknowledge them. They're school kids here today with us from school. Grace Martin School, grade 6 class is with us in City Hall. Ward Gary Hio, that's Councillor Tang, your city councillor. And we are joined by the teacher, Siraj Hussain Ahmed. There you are. Nice to see you all. I hope you enjoy your visit to City Hall, okay? Stay as long as you want. Okay, all right, sorry about that. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Of course. The dedicated renewal fund would be funded through successive tax increases until the intended value of the program is reached. The proposed increase is 1% annually, which could take between 4 to 7 years to reach full funding. If council wanted to progress this faster, the percentage increase would be higher, or if council wanted to limit the rate increase, the program would take longer to reach its full value. Each of the options presented will benefit the city's renewal program. And while administration is discussing this as options for a single dedicated revenue program, council could select any and all of the options available if they so wish. So the three options presented are facilities. So the facilities asset portfolio accounts for a quarter of the city's total assets. Virtually all city services are delivered or supported by facilities asset. Facilities are some of the most complex assets within the city's portfolio with multiple interconnected systems, and facility renewal is a key action to take to achieve the energy transition strategy for the city. At this time, 60% are in fair condition, and 1/3 of fair condition facilities will fall into poor condition in the next 10 years at current investment levels. The second option is bridges. So the bridges and auxiliary structures portfolio cannot fail. Not allowed to fall into very poor condition as such, always receives the full requirement for funding each cycle. Bridges support goods and people movement and enable several critical services requiring access across waterways and major roads. In 23-26, bridge and auxiliary structures budget fluctuates cycle to cycle, which makes planning for available corporate pool more difficult. The profile is expected to triple last cycle's budget in 23-26. And finally, transit. So the transit's service asset portfolio contains buildings, track, train, and fleet. Many assets are well beyond their life expectancy. ETS has successfully managed to keep these assets in good condition, but some parts cannot be found anymore, limiting what can be done to keep trains running. Transit service supports movement of people throughout the city and is a linchpin in the success of the city plan. With consistent long-term funding available, ETS can plan for regular replacement of its buses and light rail vehicles, which require significant lead time for ordering. Next slide, please. The slide before you, we see the 10-year ideal renewal funding gap in blue, averaged out by $470 million annually, overlaid with the options presented today. The red and yellow dotted lines represent the two options for reallocation of neighborhood renewal program funds to renewal in 23-26. The green shaded area represents the annual revenue generated from successive 1% annual tax increases until 2029, when the value of the facility's dedicated renewal fund option is reached, that option being the largest. The limit for a bridges option would be reached in 2026 and transit in 2027. If council were to select multiple dedicated renewal fund options, the funding would be cumulative and would further support narrowing the renewal investment gap. It's important to note that while the neighborhood renewal fund reallocation and creation of the dedicated renewal fund are tools to increase the revenue towards renewal, administration is also working to rationalize its inventory of assets, which will reduce the overall long-term burden of renewal investment, helping to further narrow the gap. I'll turn it back to Adam.
Thank you, Pascal. Thank you, Craig. The options presented here represent some of the levers that council could pull to address some of the renewal funding challenges. The short-term option would allow council to redirect a portion of tax levy collected from the neighborhood renewal program to the corporate renewal funding pool to help alleviate the identified funding gap and at the same time help to bridge the dedicated renewal fund options while they generate funds to reach full value. The long-term options with successive tax increases enable council to help alleviate the long-term funding gap. With successive increases beginning in 2023, we'll begin to generate some revenue, mostly at the end of the cycle, to begin funding the dedicated renewal fund. These options are not currently incorporated into the 23 to 26 budget and will require a motion from council to incorporate into the final budget should you choose so. Council, at its discretion, may select either option for neighborhood renewal program reallocation, any or all of the dedicated revenue fund options, or none of the options. Again, these reports are for information, and we would encourage council not to suggest any action today, rather have this as background information that could be considered during budget deliberations. That concludes our presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. This was exempted by Councillor Knack, right? Okay. And questions to administration. Councillor Knack, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think you might have answered the last question. It would be your preference to not have a motion for a unfunded service package for us to debate dedicated levy today. You would prefer us to do that at budget, is what I'm hearing?
I believe that you need to receive the capital budget and the operating budget in their format to identify future next steps associated with this, yes.
So short answer is I will wait then. Okay. I think we
I'll see if Ms. Padbury wants to add.
I think you can wait, and this can be part of the budget discussions that you have.
Perfect.
And we'll be prepared with the numbers.
Yeah, there would be a motion ready if we wanted to do, well, I would like to do a dedicated neighborhood renewal or additional renewal fund, but we'll have that discussion then. Okay, great, then I'll leave that question till that appropriate time. Then the only other question I have, Mr. Waldbaum, you know this one's coming, I'm sure. So about neighborhood renewal, I want to ask it one more time just to be sure. So if we want to make sure that every neighborhood that gets reconstruction more like a Garneau or a Strathcona, where there is dedicated bike lanes, where you have, curb extensions as sort of the norm, not the, a handful of them on certain roads, does the budget as currently set aside allow you to do that as a standard in every community?
So I'll give you an answer that may partially,
Very
if not
good.
fully. Right now, the neighborhood program and the way that we implement and look at it, in terms of all the policies, whether it's complete streets or the active modes, are all incorporated into the work we do. Every neighborhood we go into, we explore all of those areas where we should be doing those type of elements, and we make sure that they're done as part of it. So the current funding under all of those practices and policies and realms do fully fund us for that.
So let me ask it this way just to make sure. So it would be my view that based off Vision Zero and particularly thinking about the success of something like Street Labs, that curb extensions should be almost the only reason they shouldn't be built in during reconstruction is because there is some type of technical reason that really makes it challenging to do so at a particular intersection. Does the program as currently funded allow you to do that at every single intersection in a community, or does that require different direction, or I guess more importantly, the funding to allow you to do so?
Right. I guess so what I'll answer to that is every roadway that should be considered for it, besides technical constraints, would be. Those are typically around the schools, collector roads. Every local intersection in the entire neighborhood would be problematic to try for the space constraints, and probably not necessary on every single intersection in the entire neighborhood. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding the context you're asking.
And that's a helpful answer, because my view of how Street Labs is going is that it's not just on the collector roads and the roads by schools, is that we are seeing more and more requests for that local road that gets a decent amount of traffic, that maybe has become a shortcutting road in a mature neighborhood that serves as a grid-based system. And so that's why I asked that question, is that I think if we were purely applying Vision Zero, we probably would only do it around collector roads and schools. But if we would apply how Street Labs has gone, it feels like that residents are asking for a higher standard. And I want to make sure you have the money to do that higher standard, because we're going to have to fund Street Labs more based off, I think, like 80 plus communities have already asked for it and had something implemented. There's not enough money there, but if I could build it into your fund, that might help us a little bit. So.
Understood. Yeah, I understand that.
Councillor Knack,
Yeah.
there's a report coming back on this very topic based on the Complete Streets report that we brought earlier.
Yeah.
My suggestion is we
Wait
hold
till
that
then.
conversation, and I would echo Ms. Craig's comments that the curb extensions, I would say more than, well, I wouldn't say more, as much as active transportation improvements that are part of neighborhood renewal now go in as part of the neighborhood renewal program.
Okay, well, I'll wait till that report, that's helpful, I'll wait till that point, so, then I have no other questions, thank you, Mayor Sutton.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much for the report, and yeah, appreciate that you're not looking for a decision today. I was just wondering what you recommend. I think that the reports really spoke to, an excellent approach and thinking to asset management, but just wondering, again, which of these options do you think is prudent, or is it a purely fiscal management decision?
We don't have a specific recommendation because we believe this needs to be considered among the other budget considerations that council has.
But any of the
From
options?
a strictly infrastructure perspective, our recommendation would be to fund the renewal targets, but the reality of that is we don't have that. So it really becomes that consideration for council around tax levy tolerance, other pressing matters. But we will say, I think as a group, that, and council says this repeatedly, that the program that the neighborhood renewal has become through the dedicated tax levy has been very successful. And folks can see the outcome of that dedicated tax levy and where it goes to.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, thank you for that. So maybe just digging into that a little bit with the dedicated levy funds. We are doing that, so that is not doing debt financing, right? That is upfront cash that we accumulate and then spend on these projects?
That's correct.
And the reason for that would be, just in terms of that generational equity, is because people have been using that infrastructure, and so it's fair that they're paying the levy to renew that infrastructure. Is that sort of the logic there?
That's correct. It's a citywide benefit.
Okay. And then just in terms of sort of opening up the different opportunities, so I noticed in option 1 and 2, they both commented that it would free up about a quarter of the renewal funding, even though option 1 is about twice the amount. So I just wasn't sure, because again, I think it's a great opportunity. I just want to make sure that it's giving us enough to work with in the remaining renewal, and it seemed like 1 and 2 actually didn't have a difference between that.
Councillor, can you just specify which option 1 and 2 in the dedicated renewal fund?
In the dedicated renewal fund, yeah.
Okay.
So in both, in the opportunities section, under both option 1 and 2, it speaks to approximately 1/4 of the renewal pot would be made available for other capital priorities. But recognizing that they are different by an order of magnitude, I just wasn't sure. So maybe that's something we could circle back on.
Actually, I can answer that question. So what would be made available to the corporate renewal fund is based on how we can fund these programs at in the current state. And so while the facility, so option 1, which is the facilities, would require a larger amount moving forward, it is looking forward because of where we're at with our asset portfolio, their condition, and how we're expecting that condition to deteriorate. But at the current state, we are funding the bridges and the facilities at about the same level.
I see. So not only would it free up additional renewal funding, it would also be putting the adequate amount of funding into that.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. I was very surprised to read that the incremental cost of greening the ETS fleet is currently not included in our renewal funds for transit service. I had thought we had heard differently, that the greening of the fleet was built into that renewal program. So just hoping to get some clarity there.
Greening is considered a growth item, not a renewal.
But isn't renewal of our fleet with new technology? Like a capital?
It's considered a new asset, not of an existing asset. So it's a nuance associated with
And that,
infrastructure that you will continue to invest in versus new infrastructure that you purchase.
but wouldn't that be, I would have assumed that maintaining existing fleet would have been operational funding.
Maintaining existing fleet is, however, if you're buying new buses, those are new purchases. The allocation to renew would then shift from buses that you retire to those buses that you purchase. So it's a nuance associated with buying new versus renewing existing infrastructure.
Okay,
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, thanks so much for this report. I'll start by saying very interested in a new dedicated tax levy for other renewal needs. I think we've seen so much success with the neighborhood renewal program. I think this approach should have been applied more broadly a while ago. But just so I'm clear, so we're looking at $4.7 billion gap over the next 10 years. And sort of three strategies have been presented to us. If we were to hypothetically do all of them, we would still be looking at a gap, and we'd still be below that $4.7 billion gap, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, I guess even if we were to do all of them, it would only reduce the problem. It's not like we're actually getting rid of it. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
We also have an item on the agenda today that is another, asset rationalization is another consideration in how we reduce the problem.
Right. Okay, so there's the possibility of looking at deferring neighborhood renewal, gradually building up that dedicated renewal fund, and looking at asset rationalization, right sizing, sort of the three of them together.
It's part of life cycle management, and we would suggest that you need all of those.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I'm not suggesting that you need again, to my earlier comments, it's a bigger consideration for council.
Absolutely, thank you. Okay, and then the report also mentioned that we could, if we were interested in accelerating or decelerating the program by increasing or decreasing the percentage increments. I'm just wondering how 1% was landed on.
It was just a round number that reflected the last neighborhood renewal amount that was provided.
Okay. And then slide 11, I found that really interesting, where we were able to see, the $470 million line, the RIM's ideal kind of funding gap. And I guess I'm wondering how long have we been aware of that ideal reinvestment result from our asset management strategy?
Well, maybe I'll start and others can jump in. We've had that since going back to the 2000s when there was a noted infrastructure deficit, and we've been slowly making progress towards that. So it has been something that's been there since I can recall in my time at the City of Edmonton. I don't know if folks have more specific dates.
Well, that's helpful. That's helpful. And I guess, have we ever contemplated a dedicated tax levy for things beyond neighborhood renewal before?
You've done it for LRT at times.
Right. Okay. And then also wondering, I was looking at the infrastructure state and condition report, and when I look at the replacement values by asset, obviously roads really stand out, the $9.4 billion worth of roads. And just wondering, how are roads contemplated as part of this exercise and as part of this strategy? Because I just see them as such a huge part of our asset pool.
Contemplated as it relates to the options?
Yeah, as it relates to the options.
So we didn't identify specifically roads as one of the options. Maybe Pascal has more that she can add.
So a large portion of the road is already covered by the neighborhood renewal program that has its own dedicated renewal funding. And then with the bridges, facilities, and transit, this is where the city has accumulated the largest gap when it comes to investment and the risk associated with these types of assets. Roads have less risks associated with them when it comes to service disruptions if the level of investment is not as close to their ideal. And so we can deal with the consequences of it in a easier way than we can for transit facilities or bridges.
Okay. Do you have a rough percentage of how much would be covered under neighborhood renewal versus not? If not, I can loop back.
It covers about half of our roadway network.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, what would be the potential benefit or downside of having several dedicated tax levies for various forms of renewal? Like, is there a downside to really piecing it out?
From an asset management perspective, no. I think it comes to the larger fiscal conversation at that point.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, and I know lots of folks still have questions, but I'm going to just put the recommendation on the floor that this be received for information before we...
Need a seconder?
Second.
Thanks.
Councillor. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah. I really appreciate this conversation. I guess what I see also kind of embedded in it is that I know that there's some talk about budget and developing an allocation like this, but part of that would be, I'm going to say, a policy conversation. What do we want to accomplish? How do we want to accomplish it? And council would really need to have that conversation. So even if there was an allocation earmarked in this budget, would your recommendation be that in the early part of next year, we have a conversation around sort of the policy, the values we want to embed in that kind of allocation?
I think that's a great assessment, and going back to the neighborhood renewal program, that's actually how it started, was a policy discussion.
Yeah, and I remember that, and I think it really helped, as Councillor Knack will attest, helped sort of allay years of discussion about the neighborhoods that got stuff and the neighborhoods that didn't. So, and now it's much less political, I would say. So I think that's successful policy. One of the concerns I have, because I will admit I've thought about these kinds of sort of ongoing allocations, either from a tax levy or from another source, but this would be to Ms. Padbury. Is there a risk in sort of developing these pots of capital funds that are allocated to specific programs in terms of them being overfunded and potentially taking money away from general revenues, or that flexibility?
I think flexibility can be an issue in the long term, especially if you have things that you have to deal with on an urgent or emergent manner. But I think with a dedicated levy, what you're doing is you're dedicating the increase to create a base level of funding that you're then applying to a program with a policy. For the most part, I think that's okay, as long as your policy allows some degree of flexibility and you don't make it so rigid that you can't make different choices when different scenarios come to play.
Mm-hmm. And that's, I think, a really good flag. And I think also perhaps the difference between an allocation out of the tax levy and taking it out of, oftentimes we talk about taking it out of LIFT, and I know that your folks will often flag that as being a problem. One of the things that I'm also really conscientious of, and I don't know if this is, I don't expect you to reflect on it too much, but there has been some ruminations, I'll say, in other orders of government about changing sort of how funding is allocated, and it's been stated publicly. But that would also kind of impact this discussion as well, if MSI is transformed in some way, if we start to get a different allocation out of the education tax, for instance.
Yeah, that's correct. I think you would look, and I would say it would apply either way. Like if MSI continues or local government fiscal framework over time were to continue to decline, you'd have to look at this program and what you were trying to achieve. And same if you were to be able to move into the education tax.
And I imagine as we go forward, you might
you would obviously consider those as potential sources or those sort of factors in how to carry forward with a fixed program like this.
That's correct, but we'd make those decisions at the time when it became more evident what was going to happen.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. I do have a question about the right sizing piece, but increasingly, I think that's a better conversation left for later. So I'll leave it there, and thank you very much for your really, I think, clear presentation today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond. Councillor Jans.
Thank you for this. I'm wondering about the opportunity cost of inaction. We pay for fixes, I'm thinking of the alleyways that we're dealing with, some of the drainage concerns. Could admin speak to that? I'm worried that what we don't spend in renewal, we may end up spending in sidewalk fixes, replacements, potholes, patching, etc.
We certainly have a degree of that today. I referenced in the presentation 30 million of our 330 for facilities was based on emergent repair. In saying that, the alley renewal program has actually been advanced, and it's starting to address some of those concerns that you raised. There is a cost to inaction, yes.
And if we didn't do, say, the 15 neighborhoods, that 30 million would escalate.
I can add a bit if you want. Yeah,
Thanks, Rick.
we did have operations do a review of if we slowed down the program, what would the impacts be to those operational costs? And they roughly estimated around $1 million of additional maintenance over that 4-year to keep up with those poor condition assets. Very high level review that they did.
$1 million in totality for the 15, or $1 million per?
They were projecting up to $1 million annually, and that's just in where they'd have to put more resources to keep the service level going.
So if we say slowed the 15 neighborhoods, we'd have to budget an additional $1 million. That's not $1 million per neighborhood. That's not $1 million. That's the total sum. System-wide for 1 year.
Yeah, okay. Or they'd have to review those implications, remembering that right now the neighborhood program is fully funded.
All right.
If I can just add, Councillor, just consider that the reallocation would allow us to do more renewals on other types of assets, impacting their operational needs as well.
I'm also interested how this ties into either the drainage and climate emergency work, anticipating flooding and other pieces there. That's just all on EPCOR, or do we have a part in that too?
We do have a part in that. We're partnering with EPCOR. I gave an example of the low impact developments. There's federal funding that we cost share with EPCOR on implementing as part of the work we do. That's not just neighborhood work, that's citywide opportunity for all of the work we do.
And so again, there's some risk here if we don't undertake that work, that those 15, 18 neighborhoods delayed could see greater risk of extreme weather?
Potentially on that dimension, although remember that all of the assets being renewed have opportunity in that realm too, not just neighborhood work.
EPCOR may carry on and carry out the work, and then it'll be in a neighborhood twice rather than one continuous improvement, if I could call it that.
Yeah. Just briefly, I want to offer my gratitude. I've recently had the benefit of hosting 2 community events that tagged into the Garneau Dog Park renewal, and also the some of the active transportation infrastructure added through Malmo, Lundrum, Garneau, and I have to say the community's been absolutely thrilled with it too. And as we think ahead to our bigger transformation, city plan, infill goals, the fact that you can be in a mature neighborhood and choose to build a home there and have these added benefits, I think are really, really positive to investment. We're seeing, dozens of new developments scheduled for Garneau, and I think part of it is the attractiveness of living in a walkable, beautiful community like that. And I do worry that these delays may send a contrary signal that may...
Councillor Jan, you're speaking to it now.
Yeah, is that okay?
We have to conclude the questions first, then we'll come to speak once.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. May I phrase this as a question? With the infill roadmap, have we contemplated how, if we do not do this renewal, the consequences of that this may slow or deter investment?
We really haven't contemplated that. These are options that are in front of council for consideration. I guess if there's one maybe recommendation that I have is that you have a successful program that is the Neighborhood Renewal Program. The program has been built on certainty. Disrupting that certainty does cause issues. And so I'm loosely saying that I think the Neighborhood Renewal Program is successful, and it continues to help us in addressing our broader renewal needs and other initiatives that we're trying to build into our city.
What are some of those uncertainties? What are the consequences? I'm out of time. Never mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang?
Thank you very much for these reports. Just want to confirm, neighborhood renewal is currently a dedicated levy that everybody across the city pays into, and there's a that goes into a pot that has a prioritization process that prioritizes which neighborhoods, and we try to get to as many as we can. Currently, there's 35. Correct?
So I would describe it like this. Neighborhood renewal is a dedicated amount in the base budget.
Okay.
And then we reserve that. I just draw the distinction because a dedicated tax levy is a dedicated increase to build a base budget.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
And yes, determination of where neighborhoods are reconstructed are based on condition, and then as part of that, we incorporate the other improvements as part of neighborhood renewal.
Yeah, and then for those options in 7.4, those are options regardless of whether or not we reallocate in 7.3, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And I was wondering just in terms of the community insights, obviously every renewal is very extensive public engagement. And in 7.4, you mentioned that there's a question in the public engagement survey, how do people feel about another a dedicated levy? But I was wondering if there's any insights from Edmontonians around how they feel about the reallocation for this renewal that's part of the base property tax that they pay every year.
Yeah, not something that we tested or engaged on, again, because these are options for consideration.
Okay, fair enough. And I was also wondering, we were recently talking a lot about the bike plan, considering that so much of the renewal includes active transportation. If, say, that the bike plan is funded through debt, right? Would that reduce the cost for renewal at all?
Short answer would be no.
Okay, because there might be other things. We don't know. And I was wondering for the projects that would be delayed if we reallocate 25%, how would you decide which ones get delayed?
So our initial review, just to explore it with you here today, was just to look at the scale of dollars annually and how much we had assumed would go into our plan long-term. That slowdown is we'd have to make the choices. We haven't finalized each and every neighborhood that would be.
Okay.
There would be enough impact, though. We give annual ward updates to all council. That would be on the table, too, to review which neighborhoods we might have to slow down. Priorities are still there. It would just be the pace of the program and delays of 1 to 2 years to each and all of them, just for context for you.
And then when you say pace, kind of at what stage of renewal they're in? Is that?
Yeah, when we'd have the cash flow really, or the dollars annually to begin in a program. With less money, obviously, there's impact to that.
Right. And I guess back to the question earlier, your answer earlier about just the general success of renewal program. Can you just remind me the percentage of on time, on budget? Are they fairly high?
They are. I would say substantial work is almost 100% completed. Sometimes there's a bit of landscaping and small elements where we carry small budgets forward to do it, but predominantly the neighborhood program has stayed on time and on budget and uses the majority of the reserve dollars that are there for that intent.
Okay. And then for the microsurfacing that's not part of the considerations here, is it just because they're fairly minor and can be done within the existing budget?
Yes, and the nature of why we do them, it makes sense to keep doing them.
Yes. And then alley renewal is excluded from this discussion as well. Why?
The percent reductions are only to those dedicated funds for neighborhood. Alley renewal has its own dedicated money. That's still there.
That won't
still
change.
on
Thank
path.
you for
Yes.
that. And then finally, I was wondering in the 7.4 option 1, I think I saw that operation was going to be included. And I was wondering why aren't those facilities already operating?
Apologies, Councillor, I'm not sure I understand your questions.
So under allocation option 1 for the facilities renewal fund, where we would direct this fund to the structures and supporting program services or operations. But I was like, why is operation included? Aren't they already operating? Or maybe that was my interpretation when I read that.
It's supporting operations of the city, so it means that it includes facilities that are internally facing, but supporting our operations.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you for both 7.4 and 7.3. Lots of great information for us to digest and contemplate. I just want to focus in on neighborhood renewal for a second, because you mentioned that, so if we were to do one of the options of the 25% reallocation of that dedicated fund, I do have the same concerns as Mr. Laughlin about uncertainty. You're saying that we'll only delay the projects by 1 to 2 years, but then have a cascading effect. Will it be a cumulative or a compound cascading effect into future budget years?
Well, I'd characterize it as a ripple effect. If you have to slow down the start of one neighborhood, when you would have gone to the next one after that, will have the ripple effect of delay, if that's helping.
Yeah,
So
I guess, I don't know if we have any of this data, but I feel like I remember we did a report. So I guess from the neighborhood perspective, how many, if we were to do, let's say 25 or 30% using both scenarios, how many neighborhoods fall into that D or F grade? Does it change significantly to what we're projecting right now?
So right now, we're reducing the amount, obviously, since the program started. We were close to 20% in DNF. We're now around that 15% range to 14. If we reduce 25%, it stays about that 14. So we're still investing some. We're able to hold our own. It goes up a bit at 35%, back up to 15, and we're on target now with the full program to bring that down to around 12, the initial assessments, just on the scale of dollar investment.
It does. And I think I do want to, I'm a little bit skeptical of that $1 million number for the maintenance, because I also think about, I'll go to our comms team here on 311, how many calls do we typically get on average related to some sort of sidewalk, road, neighborhood level maintenance concern? Like, how much of that does it take in just even 311 time and calls?
I'd have to get you some specifics, but I can confidently say it's a lot.
That's what I needed for today's data.
Sorry to interrupt. For context, the operational review was, so we work with operations. They know when we're going into the neighborhoods. They specifically target the type of maintenance they do, knowing we're coming in to refresh. They'd have to reassess that. There would be cost implications of having to go rethink how much they have to maintain the neighborhoods we're not getting to until we get there.
So if I'm, just to put that in a little bit more plain language, we kind of are really strategic in what we maintain if we know that that neighborhood is going to get full reconstruction in 2 years, because we don't want to spend a bunch of money, repaving when we're just going to come and rip that all out.
That's right. The type of maintenance and what they do in advance of us coming is specifically planned for that very intent.
Yeah, I would say that my hope would be, or I guess my question is, as we're accepting this for information today, I do understand the process could be that someone at budget could put a motion to say, fund these X facilities using reallocating neighborhood renewal. They could put that motion on the floor at budget. Are we going to have a real actual cost analysis at budget of what the operating costs will be on that deferral, rather than just a rough estimate? Because I really do question that $1 million number.
I guess I'd flip it back, Councillor Rutherford. if this is a serious consideration from council, I didn't say we need direction today, but if this is a serious consideration and we're getting into operational decisions on the basis of this program, we'd like to know that. I think.
So if a counselor is planning on making a motion at budget to say X facilities for using this reallocating, you would want to know that as soon as that counselor is contemplating it?
I think so, just because of what you raised. The $1 million, I think, is like this work is an order of magnitude estimate that could increase on the basis of more detail. But yeah, I think if we were getting into that sort of degree of discussion, I think we would. However, I would also say that requires a policy change.
Sure. And then my last quick question, will there be a list of those 35 neighborhoods, what 15 would be dropped if we did that at budget? So we know exactly what neighborhoods would be dropped?
Yeah, in anticipation, we can prepare for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Cartwell?
Thank you. Thank you for the report. And really interesting conversation and discussion about allocations. My question is, as I understand it, this is an approach that would essentially say if we have a pot of money that's dedicated to maintenance and renewal generally, and if we start 1%, like sort of dedicated 1% property tax increases, we create funds that are then specific to asset classes. What if we segregated those funds out right now, like within the existing amounts? So we have a neighborhood account, fixed account. Would there be value in establishing a fixed account for bridges, a fixed account for transit, a fixed account for facilities within the existing overall amounts, and do a bit of a life cycle analysis on that and then see what the right increment is? It might be that it's 0.5% for one thing, 1.5% for another. Does that make sense, or is we might not get it for November? But
well, I think what that does is create more administration in the creation of different reserves and different accounts. That I think that I would just caution that you want to still have the flexibility. So you want to set aside funds in a program with a significant enough parameter for you to be able to make decisions. So it's one thing to set something aside for renewal. It's another thing to get down to individual asset categories.
We kind of already do that, Councillor Cartmel.
Yeah.
We have an envelope for renewal, and a large budget envelope for renewal, and then we connect that to the individual asset types, and council approves those profiles as part of the capital budget.
But this implies that if we create a 1% property tax increase for facilities, that it's going just to facilities needs. So is that going to be like a discrete segregated account, or is that just sort of a?
I think that's where it's council's option. We would recommend facilities. Pascal and I have talked about this at length. That's the most pressing need from an inventory perspective. But if council was considering a dedicated levy and you wanted to just leave it open-ended for administration's interpretation of where to apply, that would work as well.
Do we have a facilities envelope?
We do.
And an arterial roads envelope? And
we do.
And various, okay, so maybe it starts there.
We actually approach our budgets that way.
Yeah.
RIMS informs the needs. The allocation of budget is identified on the basis of the budget discussion, and it's a portion to those needs. So it currently happens in that regard already. It's just a case of available funding that becomes the challenge.
So maybe then, and we can take this offline, but maybe it's creating, a graph for each asset class as opposed to that graph that is an aggregate.
That is included, I believe, in the state of. It's current state, yeah, it's not projection, it's current state. In the
Councillor, it could be challenging to do accurate projections at the asset class level. And so right now we're looking at our asset portfolio, and we can kind of do projections based on that.
Okay, I just wonder about that because it's, and I am, like, you're putting forth a concept rather than a very detailed analysis, which I think is great. Conceptually, I think there's lots here. But my question would be, do we want to be a little bit more, do we want to analyze each asset class and say, what is the right percentage year over year that gets us to the right amount on a life cycle approach?
That's the approach we take based on the budget that's allocated for renewal every 4-year budget cycle. And so these reports are more about increasing the available funding that would be available for the assets, and then on the basis of a recommendation, if it's a dedicated fund, our most pressing need is the facility portfolio.
Yeah. Okay,
But that's not suggesting that it's not transit or it's not bridges and structures. That comes back to the policy discussion that I think would follow.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. So if we were to provide additional funding, you could sort of prioritize where you wanted that money to go, but in the event of emergencies, if we have a bridge that's going to collapse, you could draw the money back and put it towards the bridge rather than facilities?
That's the current approach, and we would never put our bridges at that sort of risk.
Okay, well, that's good to know. And then I just want to get some clarification. When we're talking about the poor and fair conditions, that is just based on the physical conditions. In one of the attachments, attachment 1, you've also do an assessment based on demand, capacity, and functionality. But we're just strictly looking at the physical condition right now. Is that right?
That's correct. We report on the physical condition. The other data it helps program projects.
Okay, and so does that come into play then when you're looking at sort of prioritizing which facility, if it's not one being used?
Absolutely. So it does help us understand which one would require funding, and then how we would apply the funding to those projects, depending on how they serve the Edmontonians or the programs that they purpose.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Well, we have with us another class from Grace Martin School, Ward Gary Hio. Councillor Tang is your ward councillor, and we are also joined by their teacher, Marilyn Yakimets. Welcome to City Hall. Nice to see you all. Okay. All right. Questions. We'll carry on with questions. Councillor Cartmel, if you don't mind, please take the chair.
I have the chair.
Yeah. So just a few questions on the...
Sorry, just a friendly reminder, Councillor Principe is the deputy mayor today because council just approved a new schedule.
Oh, okay. Councillor.
Pass the chair to Councillor.
Councillor Principe.
I have the chair.
Okay. All right. So you have existing renewal resources, right? And an analysis that you presented to us about having additional $470 million per year over 10 years, is that on top of the existing resources? That 470 includes existing resources?
That is a projection back to the capital investment outlook on the basis of what our folks in finance projected available funding that would be provided to the municipality, to the city of Edmonton. So that's more of an amount needed based on what we would anticipate receiving over that 10-year period.
Oh, I see. Okay. So whatever you will receive is not part of that 470 million.
That's correct. It's on top of.
Okay. And even so, if I understand correctly, for all these three asset classes, 1% tax levy for each over the number of 4 or 7 years. That's how I understand. It's not 1% for all 3 asset classes. It's 1% for each of them.
Yeah, illustrative examples, not
Yeah.
not
just-
intended to be
Yeah.
definitive.
So it
It's
has
more
to be
just-
within that 2.5%, 3% per year over 4 to 7 years?
Well, again, I defer to council once you get the
Yeah,
budget to
but in
determine.
order to reach to that $470 million, that what? would
That
be
doesn't quite get us there. That gets us to 325, I believe.
325, right? So how do you close that additional gap then, right? Because that's another funding shortfall.
Correct. That's where you have to consider asset rationalization.
Okay.
Decisions that we make around the purchase of certain facilities, all of that has to come into consideration.
Okay, so that the gap could be potentially be looked at by not owning some of the infrastructure that we own.
Correct, and I mean, there's a deficit there, but there's been a bigger deficit in previous years. We shouldn't underappreciate the level of investment that has been made in the assets over the last 10 years, and it's been significant and it's been extremely helpful. So while there's a deficit, I think it's also good to recognize there's been strong investment made by councils over the last 4 budget cycles.
Okay. I was also kind of surprised to know that even though you're proposing managing transit assets, but I was kind of surprised we don't have a asset management plan in place for transit as public transit assets, if I understand correctly. Am I wrong?
You're correct, Mayor. So we don't have an asset management plan at this point in time, but since the administration and council approval of the infrastructure asset management policy, we've been working through our asset management plans, and transit service is just not yet completed, but it's certainly underway. And it would really benefit the planning of the renewal with the dedicated renewal fund to have the asset management completed, so we would prioritize it for sure.
Okay, because some of the cars are quite old, right? And so what happens in the meantime? Like, is there enough money in the existing budget that allow you to, if something happens, repair them, maintain them? Like,
Maybe just to be clear, the asset management plans are a next level of detail that supports strategic investment decisions based on the allocation. So there is still an allocation provided by the renewal program for these different assets, but the asset management plans are the sort of the next level of detail to be more strategic around your investments rather than urgent. It's planned renewal investment.
Okay.
And the budget will provide information related to transit and other assets.
Okay, got it. And we also have seen, like, we use MSI funding for renewal as well, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And we have seen that funding decline over time, or not lived up to the commitment that was made when MSI funding was started by Stelmach government.
That's correct.
Right, okay. So, and Councillor Hamilton identified that as a potential kind of moving into the future with new government, if there's other funding sources from them, right? So, okay, I'm out of time. Here you go. Okay, all right, okay.
Would you like to move the second round,
I
Mr. Mayor?
will move the second round.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We're just waiting for one vote.
There you go.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. I'll pass the chair back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Next up is Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the neighborhood renewal, so understanding that potential delays pushes the completion of the program by about 10 years. So that's 40 years since we started. Does that then when do we need to start from the beginning again, I guess is my question. And does pushing that delay out mean that we are going to dig ourselves back into a deficit again by not getting back to the infrastructure we had renewed at the beginning of the program?
Right, yeah. As the program continues and we start getting to a reasonable percentage of F&D, I think at that time we'll be reviewing what is our actual long-term goal and sustainable goal as we get closer to the end of the program. And that will be a review of what's needed to sustain that asset once we get it to that shape. So it's a really good question, and that'll have to come and probably be, reviewing the policy again once we get closer to that state.
Okay,
if that makes sense.
And does pushing it back by 10 years interfere with that?
It does. It would prolong how long we need to keep investing to get us to the point of reviewing that sustainable system.
Great. Okay, well, thank you for that. I think that's sets my mind in many ways. Just wondering if, so again, I really appreciate the dedicated fund and sort of the 3 different tranches that have been suggested. Was there any consideration of focusing more on a climate resilience fund? And would that provide a coherent portfolio that would, I'm just trying to think how we can be extremely strategic with our renewal investments, particularly committed renewal dollars, so that we are also working towards our climate change goals as well.
So I wouldn't suggest that there was an assessment of a climate resilience renewal fund. I would suggest that whenever we approach renewal on our infrastructure, it's a consideration in that. So active transportation improvements as part of neighborhood renewal. Every time we complete a facility renewal of significant amount, it improves the performance and rating of the facility, and where those opportunities present it, we incorporate additional energy improvement programs.
Yeah, which makes sense. I'm just wondering again, but there's no criteria, or is there criteria in the condition rating that speaks to environmental sustainability?
So as we prioritize facilities, we absolutely look at their energy consumption, their GHG emissions. It's part of our climate resilience policies.
Okay, great. And maybe that's just a thought in that it may not materially change the prioritization, but it is a strong signal about the purpose of the renewal fund and what we hope to achieve.
The climate resilience policy, as Pascal alluded to, is overarching. So when we go into renew a facility, that's a consideration in how we approach it.
Right.
And another reason that we would identify the greatest pressure being at facilities is for that reason, that it is one of the areas that needs the most investment in that regard.
Okay, so if I could say that a different way, any renewal is a climate resilience strategy.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that. And maybe just finally, I was interested to see that the demand capacity and functionality assessments are no longer part of the condition rating. And I think I know the answer, that even though they're not formally identified in the rankings, there's still a consideration in terms of we're not going to put a lot of investment into a facility that's underused or
absolutely
dysfunctional. Okay, perfect. Great, that was it. Thank you again so much for all the great work. It was really, really excellent report.
Just clarity on your question about buses, and I may have misinterpreted of adding versus replacing. And so just to be totally clear, if you're adding and not removing a bus from inventory, that's growth. If you're replacing a bus, the premium associated with going to green would be considered growth. However, the renewal component that would have been allocated for replacement of that bus would be utilized towards that purchase.
But it would still be considered growth.
A portion of it would be
the portion.
just based on the premium.
Okay.
And I interpreted adding, which is new.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador?
I don't know if Councillor Prince Bates had a first.
It's hard to keep track of, yeah.
Sure, I'll just go.
Yeah.
So just wanted to follow up on some of the questions that Mayor Sohi was asking around transit. So recognizing that we don't have an asset management plan right now. Just trying to think about what does the renewal budget currently look like for transit going into budget? Are we seeing similar levels of renewal as we have in prior budget cycles? Are we expecting any sort of service impacts would be felt since we don't have that overarching asset management plan?
So one thing to make clear, Councillor Salvador, is that the asset management plan does not prevent us from doing asset management. It's just a formalized plan and more strategic, as Adam was referring to. When it comes to the renewal that we are expected to do in 23-26, it will be released on Thursday.
Okay, I will just wait with bated breath on that one. Thank you. And then I also wanted to ask about how we ensure that our funding models account for assets that have not yet been built or are in the process of being built. And I just come back to the conversation we had around the bike network build out and how we actually saw some of the operating costs included in that. And that was kind of the first time that I've seen that type of approach, and wondering if we do that with other projects as well. We just don't necessarily see it. Is that done internally as a regular practice?
I think there's two layers there. So when it comes to asset management, we do try to include in our projections knowledge around future assets that are being added. So Lewis Farms Recreation Center, for example, is now starting to be modeled to understand what impact it will have 10, 15, 20 years down the road. Operating impacts of capital are always included in our capital projects as council sees them for approval. Yeah.
When do we get to see those numbers? And you gave Lewis Farms as an example, so I'll just use that as an example as well. When would we get a look at that?
Well, the operating impact of capital was
that's there, yes.
That is there, and then when it comes to the renewal, that will be built into as we project our replacement values, and that will be on our yearly infrastructure reports that we present to council.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that answer. I just think that's such an important lens to be viewing every decision from. Okay, and then wanted to just zoom back for a second. I'm hearing that you're already prioritizing and allocating based on each asset class anyways. So really, are we just talking about increasing the overall available funding? Because yes, we've pieced it out into kind of the three tranches, but I'm trying to determine, is it more valuable or helpful or productive to piece things out, or to have a more general increase and it's still allocated internally as necessary?
I think it goes back to the policy discussion for us administratively. If there was a desire to go to a dedicated renewal fund, an open one would be most flexible for us. But I'm predetermining a policy discussion because I think one of the benefits of the neighborhood renewal program was that people could see the investment.
Exactly, just from a transparency perspective too.
And so that's why the three options that we put in there, I think folks Edmontonians can see that level of investment. I mean, facilities, it's as you attend, but that's coupled with the growing pressure that we see in the facility portfolio.
Yeah. Okay, well that's really good information for us to think about. Thank you so much for the answers, and thanks for the excellent report.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a quick question. If we did consider the NRP reallocation, I heard that some neighborhoods would be dropped from the list. Would it be dropped, or would they just be delayed?
They would be delayed. The priorities are still the priorities. It's just when we can come in and do them with the slowdown.
Okay, so dropped isn't the correct terminology for it then. Okay, thank you. That was it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you take the chair as well, Councillor Principe? I have a few more questions.
Yeah, I have it, Mr. Mayor.
So creating a dedicated tax levy that build up to $158 million for neighborhood renewal, does that has given predictability to the industry? And if it had, then are we able to negotiate better pricing because we are giving long-term predictability to the industry and make it more kind of inflation resilient and all that?
We actually have that built in. We have a municipal pricing index that's part of our long-term contracts that we create with industry. So we do believe we've got because of the known dedicated funding that's available, we have a municipal pricing index built into those.
Okay, so you don't see huge fluctuations in pricing as we saw
Well,
with some of the other infrastructure projects?
Wouldn't say that. We still see that, but it's controlled from a long-term, multi-year contract perspective. We still see those inflationary pressures, and actually I was just talking to Stacy about that throughout the program, you will need to continue to reassess to see if your value that you've built up in the reserve is adequate based on the inflationary pressures and the growth of the city.
Got it. And my next question is related to repurposing the facilities that we have, that opportunity, for example, now that we have a hybrid workplace arrangements, we may have surplus office space that as you think about retrofitting that or rehabilitating that, retrofit opportunities, how do you see that into the work plan? If maybe some facility might be turned into part offices, part residential.
Yeah, and I think that's a great discussion for 9.3.
Okay.
Because that's your example is an example of many that we consider when we're considering rationalizing the inventory.
Okay. Because and also I think you answered this question to Councillor Stevenson on the neighborhood renewal, but as we rehabilitate other infrastructure that we have, like how do energy retrofits kind of fit into that, making them more resilient?
So every facility renewal that we undertake takes into account how we can improve the energy efficiency of the building and reduce its GHG emissions.
Okay, got it. Okay. And my last question is related to Councillor Prince's. Like, there's a delay. If you take 25% of the money out of the neighborhood renewal, every neighborhood that is on the schedule get pushed back for 2 years, right? Is that every neighborhood up to the last or just first 4-year budget neighborhoods pushed to 2-year delay?
Yeah, so the numbers were, we're planning to be able to begin 35 in 23 to 26 with full funding, and then there's 15 to 18 less of those. That's when they would start, and remember, like a full reconstruction is a 2 to 4 year project, so it really is just 1 to 2 year delay in when they would begin. And then the ones that would have come after those in the next budget cycle, 27 to 30, would also be delayed in a similar way because we can't get to them as soon.
So if you take 35% out of the money from neighborhood renewal, you extend the program or delay the overall objective of completion by 10 years. So the last neighborhoods might get delayed by 6 years.
Right. In terms of the target and the goals as set by the policy, that's right.
Got it. Okay, good. Well, that's good. I think you want to get a sense if council is open to having that discussion about reallocating neighborhood renewal, because it would require some additional work.
Well, for both of these, there's a policy discussion that needs to happen, either a policy change or a creation of new policy.
Okay. Yeah, I can only speak for myself, but we will come to when we speak to this, right? So if we speak to this, I think you need that kind of sense of transparency in a way that if we're going to do that way, then we need to start preparing for it. Okay, got it. I will. Also, Councillor Rutherford is on the second round, right? Councillor Rutherford? Okay. And I'll take the chair back.
The chair is yours.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I guess just to clarify, as I was the one that said dropped, what I meant was, in this budget cycle, 2023 to 2026, will there be neighborhoods that would be cut from the list for funding? So we would go to those, we would say, you're no longer in funding, you may be considered, because every 4 years we can't pre-commit money. So saying, for example, there's a community that's expecting to get funding for neighborhood renewal in 2023 to 2026 budget, they're at they're number 35 of the 35. They don't make it into this budget cycle. We can't confirm that they are for sure going to get funded in the next budget cycle either. Is that correct?
We would look at, so if we made a commitment in 26 to 28 that we were planning to be there. Some of those might now be shifted by a year, and that becomes a 27 to 29 window, or 30
Yeah, but
days.
I'm talking about, there will be some neighborhoods that would have had construction, let's say 25, 26, that will now not be on the list for this 4-year budget cycle. Therefore, their names will not be in our budget if we were to do that.
Correct, presuming that there'd be a policy adjustment
Yeah.
on the basis of there'd still be a
So that was my
dedicated
intent,
funding.
is to get that list and know, in this 4-year budget cycle, what ones would have been getting construction potentially, or starting engagement, that are no longer in this budget cycle that would happen if we did the 25 or 30% deferral.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So that concludes the questions. Thank you so much for your presentation as well as answering council questions and the work you have done. Appreciate it. Now, council members, we have a motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Anyone to speak? Okay, here we go. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to be quick, because you sort of raised it, don't at all support reallocating neighborhood renewal dollars, wouldn't consider it, don't need to see the list of who'd get bumped, because I don't think that's worth considering. There's still too many communities that have been waiting for too long of a time to get work done, and we all have some in each of the wards we represent, so no chance, not even a starter conversation for me, but I really appreciate the information, by the way. I do want to say thank you, it's helpful, but no chance I would support it. In fact, I still think we might need a little more money just to help make sure we're fully doing the active transportation and traffic safety, but I'll wait till that policy conversation. And then to be clear, I would also be very supportive of a dedicated renewal fund on, and actually the way I might be interested in seeing it is maybe starting 2024, do all three over the course of, so essentially we have one 7-year one, one 5-year one 4-year one, and fund them all over the course of about a 15-year period. That would be my ideal scenario, probably starting 1 year after this 4-year cycle, starting in 2024. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans.
Just very quickly, recently I went to the So Long Farewell party of for Scona Pool, and I got very publicly, generously admonished by the coach of the Scona Pool swim team, saying if you at City Hall had set up renewal 30 years ago, we would still have an open pool today, we would still be swimming, we would still be doing this. So his advice to me was, Councillor Jans, do better. I think what we have here is a proposal to do better. So full support for looking further at the renewal funds, and again, sharing Councillor Knack's non-starter on slowing down neighborhood renewal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Anyone else to speak? Sorry, Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Since this is an opportunity for you to gauge kind of on our end, I support much of what Councillor Knack mentioned. And I appreciate a lot of the discussion in the report that you had talked about in terms of the equity, in terms of, just between the two reports, some of the core neighborhoods might see more of the renewal than others. And for me, a program like Neighborhood Renewal Program is really about that equity piece. And I wouldn't want to see any kind of delay that might really jeopardize that. So for me, I am not really in favor of the reallocation piece. I'm open to the dedicated levy conversation. I am interested in terms of, what would be, I think in my head, I'm starting to percolate what's my preference 1, preference 2, preference 3. I'm not sure exactly where I am in terms of funding all of that. I also worry about, even if we fund all of that, even over, a timeline of 10, 20 years, are we ever going to catch up? Because things will change a lot, a few years down the road, who knows? But open to that conversation at the very least. But thank you very much for the very thorough presentation and the details here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Anyone else? If not, Councillor Principe, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
I don't know if anyone, my colleagues were here when we created the neighborhood renewal dedicated tax levy. I was here. I remember those lengthy conversations and very good work done by administration. This, I would say, was one of the best decisions that council made in order to have a long-term plan to maintain what we have, what we own, and how we give that certainty and predictability to neighborhoods that their turn will come. Because we were only repairing, I think, one neighborhood at that time. It would have taken how about 350 neighborhoods that we have. I think 350 years to get to them. I think this is a great program. I don't think we should touch it. We need to continue to give that certainty and predictability as we have done. That every neighborhood will get their turn and in a timely way. And so I would not be open to touching the neighborhood renewal program. Look forward to discussion on a dedicated tax levy for other renewal needs. I hope that as things start settling with the new premier, that she will deliver on her commitment to leave the education portion of the property taxes with the municipalities, and that will go a long way for us to meet some of these needs, and I think that's probably be $250 million additional money remaining within the city that property taxes property owners pay. So look forward to that discussion, because that's a public commitment that Premier made, and look forward to that. And that will go a long way helping our city not always rely on property taxes to do some of this work. Good. With that, I will take the chair back.
The chair is yours.
And go to Councillor Hamilton to close.
Nothing further.
Nothing? Okay, please vote.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. So that concludes 7.3 and 7.4. Now we are into 7.5, debt management fiscal policy update.
Okay, so just as the presentation comes up, good morning. We're here today to present the revised debt management fiscal policy. If you can move me to the next slide. Before we get started today, I wanted to go over the current framework for the city's debt management practices. The City of Edmonton is currently subject to limits for both total debt and debt servicing, that being principal and interest payments on debt, set by the Municipal Government Act. Section 271 of the MGA allows the Minister of Municipal Affairs to make regulations with respect to how a debt limit for a municipality is determined. In July of 2008, the City of Edmonton also developed its own more stringent debt servicing limits through the current debt management fiscal policy, which is City Policy C203C. We'll go over both the MGA debt limits and the current debt management fiscal policy limits a little bit later in the presentation. The City of Edmonton Charter 2018 regulation was formally approved by Alberta Cabinet in 2018. The Charter contains policy tools that provide the city with increasing authority and flexibility in the areas such as administrative governments, assessment and taxation, city planning and environment. The Charter permits the cities of Edmonton and Calgary to set their own debt and debt servicing limit, so long as cities obtain external credit ratings and establish their own debt and debt servicing policy. As the previous debt management fiscal policy has been in place since 2008, and with the changing economic landscape and rising interest rates, it was prudent for us to review the existing policy in advance of establishing the four-year 2023 to 2026 capital budget. Therefore, we're here to present the revised internal City of Edmonton debt management fiscal policy. With us today is Malat Pedagara, the Principal Policy Advisor, and Felicia Muthiardi, the city's corporate economist, who are available for questions. But I'll now pass it to Harm Rai, the Branch Manager of Financial Services, to walk you through the remainder of the presentation.
Thanks, Stacey. So in terms of an agenda, next slide. In terms of an agenda, we will first go over some background and context related to debt, including the historical use of debt with the City of Edmonton, helping understand what the city uses debt for and what it's used for. We will also explain the different types of debt. Then we will move into sharing these findings, from our jurisdictional scan of other Canadian cities' debt policies before we discuss the new proposed debt servicing limits. Lastly, we will go over in detail what happens as the city begins to approach debt servicing limits, which is the case under the existing and revised debt management fiscal policy. We will close with next steps. Next slide. So it is important to understand the history of the city's debt management practices to understand where we are today in terms of our debt policy. The City of Edmonton managed tax-supported debt in the 1970s by setting a limit on the amount of new debt the city could issue each year. New debt was generally issued for 25-year terms. Tremendous population growth pressure at the end of the 1970s to support a resource boom cycle led to a relaxation of the total debt limit, resulting in a threefold increase in annual borrowing and Edmonton's tax-supported debt being higher than most other major Canadian cities. The recession and high interest rates of the early 1980s prompted a revised debt management strategy in the 1990s. New tax-supported debt issues were limited to $25 million per year with a 5-year repayment term. This revised strategy also prohibited new tax-supported borrowing after 1990. A pay-as-you-go approach was adopted for tax-supported capital projects as a response to the debt challenges of the 1980s. In 2002, pay-as-you-go as a strict financial strategy for capital was abandoned, as it became impossible to provide infrastructure required to support a growing city with large increases in taxation to pay for costly assets on a cash basis. The city's financial debt was not growing, but its infrastructure deficit was becoming significant. Tax-supported debt was reintroduced with an updated debt management fiscal policy in 2002. At that time, a $250 million borrowing guideline was established with $50 million per year allocated over 5 years for debt finance projects. As growth pressure continued to accelerate, the revised debt management fiscal policy C203C was approved in 2008 that allowed more borrowing with established debt and debt servicing limits. The policy is still in effect today. Next slide. So as highlighted on this slide, there are several reasons the city uses debt to optimize its capital infrastructure program. The city borrows to advance large projects without having to accumulate enough in savings to pay for all the costs at one time. Under a pay-as-you-go approach, it can be difficult to accumulate and hold funds over long periods of time necessary to accumulate sufficient funding to advance capital growth, as public expectation is that taxes that are paid are put to use in the short term. Just as it's difficult to tax the public and not spend the funds for extended periods of time, it's also difficult to require significant one-time tax increases to fund required capital expenditures. Advancing projects with debt financing helps to smooth out the impact of capital projects on the operating budget and on the property taxes that help to fund it, as the costs are spread out over time through annual debt servicing payments. The other challenge that arises from saving money for cash purchases of large infrastructure relates to possible negative carrying costs. With varying economic conditions and impacts of inflation, it is not always possible to earn enough of a return on investment of public funds to offset the inflationary impacts of the cost of infrastructure. In other words, the cost of construction sometimes increases faster than earnings on investments, which means that waiting to build certain infrastructure can be more expensive in the long term. Use of debt to finance capital projects addresses the concept of generational equity. Users of capital projects will likely change over its useful life, and fairness would suggest that those costs should be repaid by those who will use the infrastructure throughout its useful life. Therefore, debt financing over the longer term helps to spread out the cost to build the infrastructure amongst those who will use it, rather than requiring prior generations to help save for it. Maintaining the infrastructure the city already has is also important. Without the ability to borrow for large-scale renewal, funds would need to be saved for longer periods of time to undertake projects with significantly higher than average capital renewal cost. Previously, the city has borrowed to fund major renewal projects such as Walterdale Bridge rehab, Stadium LRT station upgrades, and the Stanley A. Milner Library. Debt financing also helps the city to optimize its capital funding, as some grant programs from other orders of government require matching funds. Without the use of debt, the city could potentially be unable to access hundreds of millions of dollars of grant funding that are available to Canadian municipalities. Next slide. So as seen on this chart, the city's 2019 to 2022 capital budget is funded through various funding sources, with debt used to finance just over 30% of the capital budget. Unlike other orders of government, municipalities do not borrow for operating expenditures and only borrow to help pay for city infrastructure. In contrast, federal and provincial debt often accumulates to cover annual operating deficits. Next slide. This next chart shows what the city uses debt for. As you can see, the city has used debt mostly to finance LRT, facility and road infrastructure, as well as drainage infrastructure when the drainage utility was still managed by the city prior to its transfer to EPCOR in 2017. Next slide. The city has two primary categories of debt based on the source of funding used to pay for it, thus tax-supported and self-liquidating. For debt categorized as tax-supported, the funding source for servicing the debt is generally property tax. The category of tax-supported debt is then broken down further based on whether the primary source of funding for making the payments on the debt is general property taxes or some other source such as grants from other orders of government, user fees, lease payments, or community revitalization levy revenues. This subcategory is referred to as self-supported tax guaranteed debt. Self-supported tax guaranteed debt is included as tax-supported debt in calculating how much debt room is consumed because the city would be required to fund the debt payments using property tax revenues if for some reason there was a shortfall in the debt servicing revenue source used to pay for the debt. Examples of projects approved to be financed with tax-supported debt include Yellowhead Trail and Lewis Farms Rec Center. Examples of self-supported tax guaranteed debt examples of projects to be financed with tax-supported debt, Examples of self-supported tax guaranteed debt include a portion of the debt on Rogers Place Arena, which is repaid through ticket surcharges and lease revenues, and the debt on the Capital Line South LRT from downtown to Century Place, which is repaid through federal grant revenues. The second category of debt is self-liquidating debt, which is debt used to fund capital expenditures for programs that are self-sustaining and are not funded through general property taxes. Any shortfalls in the programs are managed within those programs and do not impact the tax levy. The main examples of self-liquidating debt is debt incurred on behalf of the city's waste services utility and local improvements. The categories of debt are important to understand because the different types of borrowing are factored into the debt servicing limits in the proposed debt policy, which we will discuss later. Next slide. When reviewing the city's debt policy, we also completed a municipal scan of other cities' outstanding debt, credit ratings, and debt policies. These are summarized in detail in attachment 6 of the report. As of December 31st, 2021, Edmonton has the third highest debt per capita compared to selected cities, which is largely the result of significant capital investment in several major transformational projects in recent years, including expansion of our LRT network and Yellowhead Trail. The scan also found that Edmonton has one of the more flexible debt policies in terms of debt servicing limits. If the debt servicing limits used by other municipalities, as reflected on this slide, were applied to Edmonton, in most cases the city would have less debt servicing room compared to the debt servicing allowed under the current policy. The city has a credit rating of AA. As part of the review, administration looked at the credit rating of municipalities across Canada. In the most recent S&P credit rating for Edmonton, S&P indicated that it expects the city to be conservative in its use of debt in the next budget cycle, and that Edmonton would put itself at risk of a downgrade if there were further sustained increases to the direct debt burden. Direct debt burden is defined as debt as a percentage of total revenues. In establishing debt servicing limits, the city is cognizant of its existing debt burden, affordability of debt, and the financial health of the city. Next slide. We framed the revised debt servicing limits using three main principles as reflected on this slide. First, affordability. The operating impacts of servicing new debt need to take into consideration both budgetary constraints and tax tolerance. Tax tolerance is guided by the desired services and service levels, including asset infrastructure growth and renewal that impact the lives of Edmontonians. Edmontonians and council make choices on the level of services provided and the types of capital assets that are built and maintained, balancing quality of life and financial considerations. Debt servicing impacts are a contributing factor to the net operating requirements that drive the tax increases. Borrowing should also consider the broader context of other budget constraints, and debt servicing should be maintained at a reasonable percentage of the operating expenditure budget in order to ensure well-balanced service delivery. The second principle is financial sustainability. The level of outstanding debt should not cause the city's financial condition to deteriorate. Credit rating agencies typically assess the financial sustainability of the city by calculating key ratios relevant to debt management. One of those key ratios specific to debt is the direct debt percentage, which, as I just explained, is the outstanding debt as a percentage of operating revenues. Significant increases in debt or debt servicing levels have the potential to negatively impact the city's credit rating. A downgrade to the city's credit rating can have both reputational and financial impacts. So administration does not recommend increasing city's debt level to a point that would trigger a credit rating downgrade because it could affect the city's borrowing power. When establishing debt and debt servicing limits, it's critical to develop them in consideration of the thresholds where credit ratings may be downgraded. Risks for a credit rating downgrade include reputational risk, where a downgrade to the city's credit rating would indicate to lenders and the public that the city's financial health is trending downwards. Cost of borrowing, where a downgrade to the city's credit rating could result in higher borrowing costs if the city is deemed higher risk. And ability to borrow, where a downgrade to the credit rating could subject the city to greater credit scrutiny with its lenders. Debt is a key financing tool to be able to advance some of the city's goals and objectives. Therefore, when establishing the limits, we consider also providing flexibility to allow reasonable and prudent borrowing to advance key capital projects. This was done by constraining the types of projects that can be financed with debt as the city encroaches on certain thresholds. We believe a sound debt management policy should find a balanced approach between all these principles. So with all of that in mind, let's now go over the revised proposed debt servicing limits. Next slide. So this table shows the current limits in the existing debt management fiscal policy, as seen on the left-hand side of the table, and the middle column reflects the proposed debt limits in the new proposed debt management fiscal policy. The last column on the right briefly explains the rationale for the new proposed limits. I will spend some time on this slide explaining the rationale for the new proposed limits. On the next two slides, I will go over a more detailed comparison between the current and proposed debt servicing limits, as well as expand on some of the constraints applied to borrowing as debt servicing levels increase when applying the proposed limits. Starting with the current limits, the city uses the MGA debt limits for its total outstanding debt, which is set at 2 times total city revenues, less capital grant revenues, and subsidiary income from EPCOR. We also measure the total debt servicing against the MGA debt servicing limit of 35% of those same total city revenues. Our current debt management fiscal policy sets more stringent debt servicing limits. For total debt servicing, we set the limit at 22% of total city revenues. For tax-supported debt servicing, the limit is 15% of only tax-supported revenues. These limits are the ones that you are accustomed to seeing in our quarterly debt updates provided through the Capital Financial Update reporting. Now, moving on to the proposed limits. Let's start with the proposed debt limit. The current debt management fiscal policy only provides debt servicing limits the current debt management fiscal policy only provides debt servicing limits and does not provide debt limits, instead deferring to the MGA debt limit of 2 times consolidated revenues, less government transfers. The MGA debt limit and debt servicing limit are outlined by regulation. Over time, as interest rates fluctuate, the correlation between the debt and debt servicing limits weakened, and the interrelationship between the limits became less purposeful. For example, under the current MGA limits, the city is projected to be approximately at 70% of the MGA debt limit by the end of 2025, but only at roughly 40% of the MGA debt servicing limit by 2025. Inherently, the percentage of the limits reached should be fairly close to each other and provide the same narrative on the use of debt for the municipality. But due to fluctuations in interest rates over time, the gap is formed between the debt and debt servicing limit. In accordance with the City of Edmonton Charter 2018 regulation, the city needs to have an established debt limit. As a result, administration proposes that a debt limit be based on the maximum proposed debt servicing limit of 26% of city revenues. This type of fluid debt limit allows it to correspond to the specifically defined debt servicing limit and eliminates the tension between establishing a limit under certain interest rate conditions that will certainly change over time. So you will not see a specific debt limit in the revised debt limit policy. The actual debt limit will be calculated and reported on with regular debt reporting included in the capital financial updates. The policy is focused on the debt servicing limits, which I will discuss next. So the proposed limit includes a limit for tax-supported debt, which is recommended at 18% of actual tax-supported expenditures as reported in the annual financial statements. This would allow for minor increases in current tax-supported debt servicing levels compared to the overall tax-supported net expenditures, while still holding tax-supported debt as a reasonable level of expenditures. Tax-supported debt servicing is currently approximately 16 to 17% of actual expenditures. Setting debt servicing as a percentage of expenses limits debt servicing to a portion of the operating budget that is reasonable based on council's goals and objectives. Tax-supported borrowing in this range is unconstrained, flexible, can be used without limitation, and allows for 100% tax-supported debt finance projects. Once the 18% limit is exceeded, tax-supported borrowing is restricted to ensure affordability and only permits additional tax-supported borrowing for projects that have a minimum of 1/3 external funding or are self-supported tax guaranteed. It does not permit any further 100% tax-supported debt finance projects unless for emergency capital purposes. The revised debt management fiscal policy also includes 2 debt servicing limits for total debt servicing. The first limit of 21% of city revenues is based on maintaining a strong credit rating of at least AA, the city's current rating. As a part of the credit rating process for the City of Edmonton, credit rating agencies evaluate the city's direct debt level. Based on a review of the details of previous credit reports for the city, administration believes that when the city's total debt servicing is close to 21% of total city revenues, that our credit rating agency would start to consider downgrading the city's credit rating. Borrowing, when under this limit, is unconstrained for capital purposes and allowable for large infrastructure projects with long-term benefits to the community that are aligned with corporate priorities and approved strategic plans, growth projects, major rehabilitation of existing assets, as a short-term strategy to eliminate significant backlog and address urgent renewal needs, and for emergency capital purposes. Once the limit is exceeded, borrowing is restricted to emergency purposes only. The maximum proposed debt servicing limit for the City of Edmonton is set at 26% of city revenues. This is for total debt servicing, including tax-supported and self-liquidating. This is based on the 75% of the MGA debt servicing limit of 35% of city revenues. So 75% of 35 is 26%. This threshold is selected at this level. The threshold is selected at this level where monitoring established under our lender, the province, may apply additional credit scrutiny prior to lending to municipalities. As a result, we have set this as our maximum limit. If the province is not comfortable with the city's ability to pay its debt servicing, they may not approve further borrowing. Once this limit is reached, no further borrowing is permitted under the proposed policy. That is why borrowing up to this limit would only be permitted for emergency purposes. It's not anticipated that the city would reach this level of debt servicing in the foreseeable future, and probably only in rare or extreme situations. Next slide. On the previous slide, I touched on constraints in borrowing as different debt servicing limits were reached. I wanted to take some time to take a deeper dive into those constraints and explain their relationship to the limits. The thresholds are critical in the revised debt management fiscal policy. In general, the proposed debt servicing limits provide a similar amount of unconstrained borrowing room as the current debt servicing limits in the debt management fiscal policy, but allow City Council to consider further tax-supported borrowing when matching funding is available from external sources, or for emergency purposes, or for capital projects financed through self-supported tax-guaranteed debt. On the left-hand side of the slide, the graph reflects the forecasted debt servicing limits within the revised debt management fiscal policy. The dotted line with circles, highlighted in red, reflects the 18% tax-supported debt servicing limit. The solid line with circles, shown as the purple line, represents the 21% debt servicing limit for the total debt servicing. And lastly, the dotted line with triangles, shown as the blue line, and you're at the top of the graph, is the maximum debt servicing limit at 26% of total city revenues. The city will fall into one of the three categories depending on the level of debt servicing, which are unconstrained, constrained, and restricted, as shown on this chart. The table on the right provides details on the nature of borrowing permitted within each range. For tax-supported borrowing, borrowing up to the 18% limit is considered unconstrained. Tax-supported borrowing in this range is flexible and can be used without limitation for capital purposes and allows 100% tax-supported debt finance capital projects. Tax-supported above the 18% limit, up to the 21% total debt servicing limit is constrained for tax-supported purposes. It's important to keep in mind that this is only constrained for tax-supported borrowing, as we are trying to keep tax-supported debt at approximately 18% of tax-supported expenditures for affordability purposes. Once the 18% limit is reached or exceeded, tax-supported borrowing is constrained and is only permitted for capital projects with at least 1/3 external funding, where matching city funds are required to leverage the external funds. And it will also be permitted for self-supported tax guaranteed, where debt is repaid through non-property tax revenue streams. Lastly, tax-supported debt can be used for emergency purposes also when the 18% limit is exceeded. Moving to total debt servicing. Up to the 21% limit, the borrowing for capital projects is unconstrained, with the exception of tax-supported debt, as I just discussed. So once the tax-supported debt limit has been reached, borrowing for self-liquidating debt remains unconstrained. This is reflected in the shaded purple area on the chart. Borrowing above the 21% limit, up to the limit of 26%, is only allowed for emergency purposes. The revised policy defines an emergency as a capital expenditure that could not have been reasonably anticipated. It must be an urgent and critical situation of temporary nature that pertains to the city's capital assets, that imminently and seriously endangers lives, health, safety, or welfare of people, requires prompt action to limit damage to the city property or their environment, or compromise the integrity of infrastructure or service delivery. The report goes on into much more detail on the thresholds and different borrowings permitted within the threshold ranges. Next slide. This chart provides a comparison of the existing debt management fiscal policy debt servicing limits compared to the revised debt servicing limits. As we discussed earlier, in general, the proposed debt servicing limits provide a similar amount of unconstrained borrowing room as the current debt servicing limits, but allow City Council to consider further tax-supported borrowing when matching funding is available from external sources, or for emergency purposes, or for capital projects financed to self-supported tax guaranteed. So the following conclusions can be drawn from the comparison. The highest proposed total debt servicing limit of 26% of city revenues is more restrictive than the MGA total debt servicing limit of 35% of revenues. The orange line at the top represents the 35% MGA debt servicing limit, and the blue dash line below that is the proposed 26% limit. The proposed limit still provides a significant amount of borrowing room and is reasonable based on the risk of credit rating downgrades and greater scrutiny from the province on borrowing if debt servicing were to reach these limits. The proposed total debt servicing limit of 21% of city revenues is fairly consistent with the current limits of 22% of city revenues and is established based on the maximum level of debt servicing before the city may be subject to a credit rating downgrade. The proposed tax-supported debt servicing limit of 18% of net tax-supported expenditures provides for a similar level of tax-supported debt when compared to the 15% tax-supported revenue limit. The only real difference is that we changed the limit to be calculated based on expenditures rather than revenues, as in the existing policy. This is simply due to the fact that we often discuss tax-supported debt in comparison to overall expenses, and to break the tie between revenues and tax-supported debt servicing limits, where it can be perceived that tax-supported debt servicing limits can be increased by increasing tax levy revenues. The largest difference in the revised debt management fiscal policy is that it provides increased tax-supported borrowing capacity by allowing tax-supported debt servicing to exceed the 18% limit for specific purposes, as previously mentioned. Next slide. This slide reflects the available debt room over 23 to 26 capital and operating budget for each of the debt servicing limits. Tax-supported borrowing room of approximately $650 million is available under the 18% tax-supported debt servicing limit. This means that Council could choose to use tax-supported debt to fully finance capital projects totaling $650 million over 23 to 26 capital budget. The total debt servicing room up to the 21% limit provides $3.5 billion for capital projects financed through self-liquidating debt, self-supported tax guaranteed debt, or tax-supported projects with minimum of 1/3 funding from external sources or for emergency purposes. And lastly, up to $6.2 billion in debt room is available for emergency purposes. Just as a reminder, the available debt room for each range is inclusive of the borrowing room available in the lower debt limits, so it's not an incremental calculation. Next slide. So we can appreciate that the revised debt management fiscal policy includes various thresholds and criteria for use of debt. In order to help understand the proposed limits and their application, we wanted to kind of walk you through a few scenarios. The first topic we wanted to take a deeper dive into was the application of the revised debt management fiscal policy when the city's debt servicing is approaching the proposed limits. In certain cases, debt room could be available when a capital project is first being considered for debt financing. However, approval of the project within debt financing would exceed the stated limit. For example, causing the calculation to move from unconstrained category to constrained category. In this particular situation, under this policy, the intent is that projects can be advanced, but projects approved subsequent to a limit being exceeded must follow the constraints indicated in the policy, once above that limit. For greater clarity, once defined policy limits have been reached and exceeded, all subsequent borrowing must follow the defined constraints or restrictions outlined. Next slide. In terms of next steps, in accordance with the MGA, a statutory public hearing is required on November 14th and 15th. Council can approve the policy after the public hearing. Next slide. So thank you very much for your time and patience today as we walked you through this revised debt management fiscal policy, and we'd be happy to take questions when it's appropriate.
Okay. Thank you so much for that very detailed presentation. Thank you. Really appreciate a lot of work has gone into this. And we'll come back to questions after the lunch break. Okay. All right. Until then, we are on the recess.
We're live from City Hall.
Okay, would like to bring this meeting back to order. We'll do a roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette, Councillor Paquette, Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice, Councillor Rice, Councillor Jans. All right. Okay, so the administration completed its presentation, and Councillor Knack, you exempted this item. Would you move the recommendation so we have something on the floor to debate?
Absolutely.
Please, go ahead.
I'll move that the October 17th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report be referred to the November 14th, 15th, 2022 City Council meeting for the purpose of City Council holding a statutory public hearing on the revised debt management fiscal policy C203D as outlined in attachment 1.
Second.
Absolutely. One of my most exciting.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford, for seconding that. We have a motion on the floor. Now we go to questions. Councillor Knack.
It's one of my favorite policies, the debt management fiscal policy.
We'll start your time again.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's not even a joke. It's an exciting policy. Anyway, thanks so much for your work on this. I actually just have one question, and you touched on it right near the end of your presentation, specifically around the change for going to the 18% of tax-supported expenditures. So you gave a fairly quick overview, and I'm just wondering if you can walk me through that one a little bit more. I think I get why we're making that suggestion, but that was the only one that I wasn't 100% understanding in full.
Sure, yeah, I can definitely do that. So currently, if we're looking at our tax-supported expenditures and our tax-supported debt servicing as a percentage of those, we're kind of hovering around the 16% mark based on our annual financial statements. And then just considering where we are in terms of our debt per capita compared to other Canadian municipalities, and some of the debt approved projects we've had recently, we're thinking if we just increase it a tad bit to give a little bit more cushion for those projects, we think 18% is reasonable, and that would still maintain our current existing credit rating. So that's how we landed on the 18% number. Okay.
And if your question is around expenditures versus percentage
That was
of
another
revenues,
piece. Yes, please.
I think one of the things that we wanted to do is link it to the overall city expenditures that are underlying the service levels. And what it does is take away a little bit of the criticism that can come from when we link it to revenues and revenues grow, like we're automatically creating debt room.
So we're sort of, if we wanted to, we could, keep bringing it up higher and higher. Now that makes perfect sense. And then the other two are just slightly more strict than we've had before, but aligned to really tying this to a lot of our credit rating piece. So you're trying to better define this to make it more clear as these agencies are reviewing our financials and making a determination on our credit rating. This will help strengthen that with those agencies. Is that fair to say?
I would say what it does is it sort of incorporates what we understand the agency's position on debt to be. So it's incorporating checkpoints into our policy that match the timing that we think would trigger a downgrade or a change from a ratings agency.
Perfect. And by leaving it, because I think this is a better change, just to be very clear, but if you were to leave it as the previous ones under the debt servicing limits, even if you don't get close to that, having the potential for that, does that influence these agencies when they're rating us, essentially? So, if we were at 25%, but under the old rules, there's still the potential that council could use a lot more, and so does that give them the ability to look at us differently than us saying, oh, it's actually 26%, we can't go very much beyond that, so would that at all influence how they handle this or how they rate us?
It's hard, like, I don't want to speak
I
on
know, I'm
behalf of
just
the
based off
ratings
what you've experienced.
agency. Yeah, but I would say, like, what the primary focus is on, like, any time we're evaluated, is where are you now and what do projections show? So they're more focused on what is your actual ratio right now, and what does the forecast show where you'll be?
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily mean that they'll look at us in a better light by having a slightly more strict policy, but it certainly doesn't hurt, and to your point, it makes it a little more clear that we're thinking about that just internally as an organization more thoughtfully going forward, correct?
Yeah, I think it comes into, like, they look at not just your policy, but they look at all of your management policies and council policies holistically, so it would come into play there.
Excellent. Okay, well, thank you again. I really appreciate the work on this. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. Agree, really appreciated the report. I thought it was excellent with great recommendations. Just a few technical questions. So I appreciate that we're not allowed to shift debt from unrestricted to restricted to kind of make more room when we hit those maximum thresholds. But I guess my question is, can we designate things as restricted? Can we designate things as emergency before we hit the 18%? If you know what I mean.
No, I would say, like, what we're very much trying to do, because we're trying to manage affordability over time, is make sure that as you're making your decisions, you understand what the impact of each of those decisions is. And I think designating something as emergency to free up room for you to do something else is not what was intended by this policy.
But I guess I just struggle in the sense that if we are at 18% with projects that are like, nice to haves, unrestricted, and then we run into a project that is an absolute emergency, totally critical, must be done, we're allowed to go into that restricted space. But if we are not at the 18%, if let's say we're at our 12%, but the exact same emergency project comes up, we're still using up our unrestricted.
I think it's the timing of, so a well-managed policy. In a well-managed policy, what we're trying to do is make sure that you never get in a scenario where an emergency causes you necessarily a downgrade or doesn't come without dire consequences. But I would argue that pre-declaring an emergency to use your room for the nice-to-haves would be the exact opposite of what we're trying to achieve through the policy.
Okay, no, that's clear. I appreciate it. Thank you. Just in terms of that 18%, recognizing that that's kind of the peak, are we comfortable locking in at that peak, or is that something we want to ratchet down over time?
I'm a little unclear what you mean by locking in.
That we would set that as our threshold, 18%, which because I know we're coming up to like 16, 17%. Is that where we would want it to be in a perfect scenario, or are we setting it 18% to accommodate our anticipated 16 and 17%?
So Councillor, so we kind of, like I was saying before, we base that amount on kind of our current forecasted borrowing based on approved projects. So right now we're kind of hovering at 16, 17%. With the current approved borrowing, going up to 18% is reasonable. And the whole principle there is that we want to make sure that the tax supported debt servicing is affordable based on the current expenditure budget. So we think that's the reasonable amount. That being said, it doesn't mean it can't be revisited once you review the policy every 4 or 5 years. So it is something you can revisit as well.
Okay, that's helpful. Just with attachment 1, are we legislatively required to do a bylaw for each and every borrowing, or are we able to delegate a certain threshold to administration?
Yeah, we cannot delegate borrowing. They have to go through bylaw and they have to be approved by council as a whole.
Okay, thank you. A small thing, sorry, I noticed in attachment 4, we don't list the Belvedere CRL in our outstanding debt, but the downtown and the quarters CRL were listed. Just wondering if if there was a reason for that.
Counselor, so I'd have to take a better look at it, but it could be within within that other category there, within total self-supported tax guaranteed, just because it's a smaller amount, it might be tucked away in there, but
Okay.
I will confirm that.
Okay, no, that's perfect. Thank you so much. And speaking of CRLs, like again, we can't use future tax revenue as a funding source for, again, we're limited in our ability to do CRLs under the provincial legislation, and we aren't able to borrow against future tax if it's a really focused area like a CRL. Is that correct?
So you can borrow, so for each of the CRLs, you can borrow and pay back with the tax uplift for a CRL where there is a bylaw passed and for which the project is contemplated in the CRL plan. Absent that, you can't borrow against the future cash flows anywhere else.
And we can't do that outside of a very formalized CRL.
I don't know if there's anything in the act that prevents you from doing that, other than I don't think it's prudent practice, and we certainly would not want to. I don't think that this policy contemplates us doing that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate the prudent yet flexible approach you took with the policy here. You know, obviously a lot of the inflation and interest rate conditions changed drastically after we approved a lot of the major capital projects last year. And I think the number quoted in the report at the end of last year was 10%, right? And I'm wondering, have you done a projection with all the capital proposals this year? If they were all approved, what would it be at?
I haven't done that because if you, but I can, I think, comfortably say that if you approved everything that is listed,
above,
you would be well above. You don't, like, I think what we tried to convey to you is how much room you have, and that's $650 million.
Yeah. Thank you. So the report triggered a few things for me that maybe, anyways, I'll just ask them. So something that stood out to me in the last capital outlook was, you know, we're only expected to deliver 56% of the budget we allocate in our capital plan. There's a slide dedicated to that. I'm wondering how will that impact or delay our debt financing ability in the short and medium term? Part one, and then part two with that is, you know, are we borrowing for projects that are being pushed off? So the other 44% that we're not spending or delivering on.
So, Councillor, when we borrow for capital projects, we borrow on an as-need basis. So even if we're budgeting for tax-supported debt for our project, we're only going to borrow that when we need it. So we don't borrow in advance and hold funds. So that just makes sure we're borrowing prudently. So not sure if that answers your question.
Yes, yeah, somewhat. Yeah. I mean, you have, but certainly this is top of mind for me as we debate more, you know, capital projects. And then the other thing, I know we've, you know, chatted in the past, but, you know, wondering if you can kind of share some thoughts here. As interest rate and inflation hikes, you know, I'm wondering about the conditions for municipalities to issue our own bonds for capital projects. You know, first of all, can we, as a financing mechanism, could municipal bonds be a supplemental way for financing specific infrastructure projects while garnering public support and public buy-in? For example, bike plan. You know, if there's more public acceptance and you know, people are willing to buy, if we can show that people are willing to buy city bonds rather than just funding them on debt.
So just when people buy bonds, we're essentially borrowing the money from the individuals that are purchasing those bonds. We still have to pay them back.
Yeah.
So I think so there's nothing where we can issue bonds. We haven't issued bonds in a number of years because it has been relatively administratively easy for us to borrow under the province's borrowing guidelines when it was through ACFA and now Treasury Board. And it has been competitive for us to do so, to get fixed rate, fixed interest rate. If we were to borrow on our own, we would have to add resources because the process of issuing your own bonds is significant, and it would require much more reporting and a lot of work and some expenses in doing the issuance itself.
And so compare that against rising interest rate from the province and the federal government. It would still kind of overall be much more costly to administer.
Well, now you have just because we're going to issue a bond doesn't necessarily mean that we would attract a different interest rate. So interest rates to some degree would be determined by market interest rates, or else people won't place their money in a bond.
Yeah, sorry, because I think I understand, the conversation previously is that, right now it's just not, like, we don't need to do that because it's relatively easy through the province. But if that trend there keeps going up, I guess I'm just wondering, is the condition changing?
Yeah, so we're monitoring to see at what point does it make sense for us to potentially start borrowing on our own versus borrowing with the province.
Cool, thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. Just on that line of questioning then, so the interest rate that we would issue or that we would provide on the bond would have to be competitive with whatever the interest rate was in the market, right?
If it's not, you are unlikely to sell enough bonds to do what you need.
And then, so would that amount then that we issue, is that still not calculated in with our debt and need to be maintained? Or is the debt just what we borrow from Treasury Board?
Councillor, any long-term obligation we have like that, or even our own bonds, would be a part of our debt limits.
So it would still impact that, okay. And in the case of an environment of rising interest rates right now, what we have debt outstanding is sort of, it's locked in, like a fixed rate mortgage rather than a variable. It won't be impacted if interest rates were to rise another 1%, right?
That's correct. So anything that we have already borrowed on a debenture is locked in at the rate for the term of the borrowing. Where we have exposure is where you've approved a capital project, the work hasn't been done yet, and we have yet to make the borrowing for the expenditure. There's exposure there.
Okay. So that could impact sort of that little bit of wiggle room that from where we are right now if we were just to go up to the threshold of 18%. Is that right? Like that.
So what we've contemplated, we've done it based on a forecast. So we've factored in anywhere you've approved debt, whether we've borrowed it or not, is factored into the limits.
Oh, okay, perfect. Whoops. Oh, and then as revenue, so if our revenue, which would be the denominator on the calculation, right? If that increases, that would reduce the amount, like the percentage of debt to revenues, right?
So on tax-supported debt, we're doing a ratio of debt servicing to expenses.
Oh, to the expenditures, okay.
But for the rest of the debt, we're doing it as a percentage of revenue. As revenue goes up, you create more room. As revenue goes down, less room.
Okay. And so what I'm trying to sort of get an idea of, if we increase our revenue from property taxes in infill, there's not as much expenditures that we have to outlay, right? Whereas if it's in a newer development where we have to put the infrastructure in, that would maybe equally match what the revenue would be, the expenditures versus the revenue?
So that is outside of what we've really contemplated in this policy. But I think like what we've projected over the very long term, and I'd look to Ms. McCabe for help, is if you build your city differently with more infill, in the long run, that can be a more economically viable business model to run your city on, but it doesn't really come into play in the debt servicing policy.
Okay, but it could, okay. Ms. McCabe, do you want to comment on?
I'd just say that the key message of staying the course of the city plan, which looks to densify our city, will make us a more financially sustainable city in the long run. So there'll be less infrastructure that'll be required if we stay the course of growing within our boundary and densifying our existing neighborhoods. However, there are still investments that are going to be needed by council in terms of transit and in terms of capital improvements within neighborhoods that are intensifying. So it's not a it's definitely not a straight line equation here.
Okay.
And I would say the policy is agnostic on where you get your revenue, other than revenue impacts this policy, because in the long run for the city, revenue is a product of the expenses that you incur. So you decide on services that you want to deliver to Edmontonians. We determine what's covered by other revenue sources like user fees, and the net is what drives the tax levy.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. My time is up.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor, we already had you around. Yeah, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to reiterate, I thought this report was really great. Specifically wanted to call out the financing for the Clean Energy Improvement Program. I thought that was really, really fantastic and such an important enabler for the energy retrofits that we hope to see. So that was really exciting. So just a point of clarity, and apologies if I missed this, but does the 650 million borrowing room account for approved projects? I'm just thinking, again, like Lewis Farms, Ambleside, Coronation 50th Street, grade separation that we discussed in fall.
I believe the room is what you have available to you in going forward. So we've already incorporated your approved tax-supported projects.
Okay. So yes, those are included, and that 650 is above and beyond, right, in terms of room?
Correct.
Okay, excellent. Okay, thank you for that clarity. And I also just wanted to ask about the proposed limits and thresholds in the constrained category of borrowing. One of the criteria was around being able to access external matching funds, which I think, yeah, can make sense, but I'm just contemplating, would that mean we would be potentially in a challenging position if there was a real divergence in terms of priorities for provincial and federal governments and dollars that are available there? Say we have a priority that's here on the list, but there's no matching funds. We'd want to advance it, but a lower or lesser priority that does have matching funds available. Could we run into an odd situation there? I'm just trying to understand what that could look like.
I think what you describe is in the realm of a possible situation. I think the design of the policy, though, is meant to make this council and future councils think about, when you're in the unconstrained environment, what are you approving and what does that do to your future debt projects?
Right. Yeah, and I'm just thinking of a scenario where we do reach that threshold, and I'll just use the example of like wanting to invest in projects in the climate mitigation adaptation space, and yeah, I would just I'd have a lot of questions around what that could look like if there were not dollars available in terms of matching funds, and how we would even advance those types of priorities in the absence of, I think it was 1/3. Is that the correct?
That's
correct. 1/3 of matching dollars. So maybe that's something for me to just continue thinking about, but just wanted to flag that and get any additional thoughts if you have any.
I don't know that I have additional thoughts other than it is somewhat by design, so that once you've bumped up against your unconstrained, that what we're doing is, rather than shutting down all borrowing, we're letting you borrow for things that are of mutual priority between orders of government, so you don't end up in a situation where you're leaving tax, like where you're leaving, 50-cent dollars on the table.
Yeah, no, and I absolutely can understand that. Okay, well, that's just something for me to think about then. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Councilor Principe, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I'm looking at the slide that compares current limits to proposed limits and the rationale. When I look at the bottom, it says under proposed tax-supported debt servicing, 18% of the tax-supported expenditures, right? So that's 18% of the tax that we collect, right?
18% of the tax levy expenditures,
Yeah.
not
Not
what you collect, what you spend.
Explain to me then, like, we only collect what we spend, right?
So they're definitely related.
Okay.
But, so we basically say of all of your expenditures in your tax levy operations, 18% of that
Yeah.
can be debt servicing before restrictions
Yeah. When I go,
come into place, right?
Yeah, got it. So when I go to 21% of, that's a city revenues, right?
That's correct. So in the wider, when we, stepping away from the tax supported, and because now you're moving into either the constrained environment or self-liquidating debt, we do that on the basis of revenues. And that is in part because self-liquidating revenue can be, can capture increases that are meant.
Okay, yes.
Yep,
So
okay.
self-liquidating is, that's why you.
Those are like, there are other models like utility rate revenue that can collect that.
And you also highlight there's a risk of credit downgrading under that scenario, right?
That's correct.
Right. And what I want to understand is that what is the path forward for council over the next, say, 4, 5, 7 years to maybe get to a point where we are able to have a rating that is AA plus? Like, what does that look like? What would be required for us to achieve that? What kind of discipline? Do we need to limit to 18% or bring it maybe 20% to city revenue? Like what? Because if there's a risk there, I just want to get, like, what is the path?
So I think we've designed the policy around mitigating the risk of future downgrades. But if you're asking what do we need to do to increase it a grade, it would be borrow less. Like you would have to borrow less over time in order to, you'd have to lessen the reliance on debt in order to increase that rating. I'm not sure that I would necessarily say that it's necessary to increase the rating at this point in time. AA is still a strong rating. It is not out of the realm of appropriate ratings when you do municipal comparisons across the country.
Yeah, because I look at the other cities' ratings, number of them are in AA plus and AAA. There's only few that are within AA, right? So I think we are at the kind of the bottom end of when we compare to other municipalities, and we also, I understand we borrow more than compared to other cities.
That's correct.
Right.
And so I think this is about deciding what kind of city council would like to have and what you're willing to exchange in terms of services and assets.
Okay. I know there's one city that's minus AA, right? So St. John's, but that's a small city. Right?
And cities like Vancouver might have less debt because their transit is delivered in a regional model by an authority that impacts many regions. So you have to look at the credit rating, but you also have to look at what services each of these are delivering.
Yeah, and cities like Vancouver and Toronto get a lot of money from the province for the operations of their day-to-day operations, which we get very little. For example, Vancouver gets tons of money from the province for operations of the transit system, right? Which we don't, right? So the 10 points, where we are now on the 10.5% tax-supported net expenditure, that's our current debt servicing cost, right? But that also includes self-funded tax guaranteed, right? Do we know what the difference is?
The split, I can get it for you in 1 second. Just give me a second here.
Because that could be seen as that all of that 10.5% cost is coming from tax levy. Some of that is self-funded LRT through the gas tax fund.
Correct, yeah.
Then downtown arena through CRL.
So in general, tax-supported debt, of our total debt servicing number, tax-supported debt's around 60% of it. Self-supported tax guaranteed is around 26% of that amount.
Okay.
And self-liquidating debt is typically around 14 to 15%.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I'm out of time. I will move the second round.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Mr. Mayor, the chair back to you.
Thank you. And I'll go to Councillor Tang. Oh, that's why I asked for a second round. I thought you were still, you had a second. Oh, that's why you voted against. You could have just told us you have no questions. Okay, all right. No, there was no need for a second vote. Okay, all right. So that concludes the questions to the administration. And we have a motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Knack. And anyone to speak? Councillor Tang to speak? Or can you remove yourself, please, if you don't mind?
I'll just be quick then. I thought the report was excellent. It's prudent, it's flexible. I appreciate, administration's cautions as well through this report. And I look forward to hearing comments from the public when we do hold a public hearing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack? No? That's it? Okay, please vote.
System's just loading. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
I'm yes. And because he's not show up on my screen,
Thank you,
Councillor Rice is here.
Okay, so Councillor Rice is in attendance. Can we please recall the vote and do vote again?
So I'm attending meeting since 1:30 because the technical issue I couldn't heard, and the message already communicated in our group chat.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. So we will recall the vote and vote again. Please vote.
I'm yes as well. Still not show on my screen, but I'm yes.
We're just getting the system loaded. Waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. All right, that is carried. Okay. Can someone remove Councillor Tang from the list? Here you go. Got it. Okay. Got it. It's done now. So that deals with the 7.5, 7.6 was not exempted, 7.7 wasn't exempted. Now we go into 7.8, Homelessness Response Strategy Supplemental Shelter Plan 2022-2024. Okay. All right, understand there is there presentation or opening remarks or?
Just opening remarks.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here today to discuss the requested city supplemental shelter plan for 2022 to 2024. This report provides an overview of the collaborative work that has taken place with the Government of Alberta over the last year around a winter 2022-23 and 2023-24 shelter response. Homer Trust's by name list indicates that more than 2,600 Edmontonians are experiencing homelessness. Of those on the list, about 1,300 people self-identify as primarily sleeping in emergency shelters or outdoors. Existing service providers have been challenged to meet increased demand within current facilities and budgets. Right now, there are 622 permanently funded emergency shelter spaces in Edmonton. Both the Government of Alberta and City Administration have agreed this level of shelter spaces is insufficient for winter 2022-23. With this need in mind, I would like to take a moment to recognize the extraordinary efforts of staff from the Government of Alberta and staff from the City of Edmonton who have been working together on a comprehensive approach for winter 2022-23 and winter 2023-24. This collaboration contributed to the announcement on October 1st when the Government of Alberta released Alberta's Homelessness Action Plan, along with funding commitments for Edmonton, which include first, the creation of 450 additional temporary emergency shelter spaces for winter 2022-23 and winter 2023-24. These additional 450 spaces will increase shelter spaces in Edmonton to 1,072 for the winter months. Having dedicated funding for shelter spaces over 2 winters will be immensely helpful for winter planning. Second is the expansion of all provincially funded shelters to 24/7 access. This will ensure Edmontonians experiencing homelessness have more options during the daytime to stay warm and access services. Third, a service hub model will be piloted at shelters, which will allow for a greater focus on recovery, housing, and emergency financial supports. Fourth, Homeward Trust received additional funding, resulting in an equalization of funding between community-based organizations in Edmonton and Calgary. And fifth, the Government of Alberta will work to improve data collection and reporting. This will support innovation, informed decision-making, and assist in better understanding homelessness in Edmonton.
We continue to actively work with the Government of Alberta as specific details of all these commitments continue to be refined and will help support shelter rollouts through permitting, zoning, and assistance with neighbourhood engagement. Administration has also identified a number of key activities in order to support and enhance these Government of Alberta commitments. The City will, once again, operate an extreme weather bus, which is an overnight transportation service that operates during extreme weather events to transport people from central locations to shelters. Boyle Street Community Services will be provided with funding to again operate their winter warming bus from November 1st, 2022 to May 31st, 2023. This regular daytime service provides a space to warm up, access to supplies essential for survival, such as blankets, winter clothing, and health supplies, and provides connections to housing and other services. During the October 7th, 2022 Council meeting, Council approved $2.66 million for the Bissell Centre to continue its day services in their community space until March 31st, 2023. This funding enables Bissell Centre to operate 7 days per week, 10 hours per day. All of these activities are being completed under existing budget allocations. As the winter progresses, administration will work with its partner to monitor shelter capacity and other related impacts throughout the coming months. If needed, administration may propose further strategies for ensuring the safety of vulnerable Edmontonians in response to changing conditions or unforeseen circumstances that may emerge this winter. Should Council wish to discuss the information in the private attachment, we will need a motion to move into camera. Thank you for your time, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Councillor Stevenson, you exempted this, right? Yeah.
I did, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put a motion on the floor, and there's just some complexity that I've flagged for my colleagues related to the presence of some private information, but I will put the motion on the floor.
So before you do that, can I ask administration, I understand the motion would include numbers that are in the private report? No?
No, it does not include
Okay,
numbers.
okay, got it,
Yeah.
okay.
And the relevant information is in your emails and will be printed out as well if anybody would like a printed copy.
Okay.
But I'll move that the action outlined in attachment 2 of the October 17th, 2022 Community Services Report CS 01536 be approved. That attachment 1 of the October 17th, 2022 Community Services Report CS 01536 remain in private pursuant to section 24, 20, and 27 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And that attachment 2 of the October 22nd, 22 Community Service Report CS 0153 remain in private pursuant to section 29 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy.
Just a friendly reminder, attachment 2 doesn't actually exist yet, and the people in the room don't all have access to that. So perhaps if we want to discuss that any further, I would suggest we go in private at this time, Mr. Mayor, so that all of council gets access
Yeah.
to the same information.
Oh, sorry, and I thought that that's what we were doing with the printed copies, but
So we're in public, and therefore if we're going to be providing any information in public, all of that information is required to be provided to everybody.
Gotcha.
So we probably shouldn't blend those two processes.
Yeah. Okay. So we need to go to private, or maybe, because we need a motion on the floor to discuss, right? So maybe, so there's,
I would say in a perfect world, yes, you'd have a motion on the floor, but I would like to stay on side with FOIP. And so if you would like to go in private right now, then we can address all of those issues. And
Okay.
when we come back out, we'll be very transparent in the direction council's giving.
yeah. Okay, so can someone move that we go into private?
do we need someone to second the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Then we go into private, Madam Clerk? Accept the motion, then go into private to ask question on that? Okay. All right, so motion is on the floor.
motion?
We are at 4:56. I don't know. I don't know how many people were on the list. Do we have the list, City Clerk? There was no list, I think, right? There was no list.
I had a few questions for public. I see Councillor Hamilton. Oh, I thought Councillor Hamilton was on the board. I apologize, though. I have to leave at 5 o'clock for a daycare pickup, so.
Yeah, we are coming to 5, and we cannot extend the order of the day because we did not get approval at the start of the meeting. So we would have to carry on this conversation on Wednesday.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. All right, we'll carry on Wednesday. We are on recess till, we are adjourned till Wednesday. Or recess or adjourn? Is it recess?
Yeah, you're in recess.
Till Wednesday. Okay. See you then.